The rain fell in a gentle, persistent rhythm against the windows of the train as it wound its way through the countryside. Each droplet traced a meandering path down the glass, momentarily illuminated by the occasional flash of distant lightning before disappearing into the growing darkness outside. Inside the warm compartment, Elliot Parker watched the blurred landscape pass by, his reflection superimposed over the rolling hills and scattered farmhouses like a ghost haunting the scenery. He was a man in his late 30s, with thoughtful hazel eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses and dark hair just beginning to show threads of silver at the temples. His face held the kind of quiet intensity common to those who spend more time with books than people, observant, contemplative, slightly removed from the immediacy of the world around him. Today, that face showed signs of strain, the subtle tightness around his eyes and mouth betraying the emotional weight he carried. Elliot had always found travel conducive to reflection, and this journey provided ample opportunity for unwelcome thoughts. 2 weeks ago, he had been immersed in his work as a book conservator at the Morgan Library in New York, his days filled with the delicate, absorbing task of restoring ancient volumes to their former glory. Now he was on a train to a small town in New England, summoned by the unexpected death of a great-uncle he barely remembered and the equally unexpected inheritance of a house he had never seen. Harlan Parker, his father's uncle, had been something of a family legend, a reclusive scholar who had cut ties with most relatives decades ago to pursue his research in solitude. Elliot had vague childhood memories of a tall figure with piercing eyes who had visited once or twice, bringing strange gifts of antique coins and obscure books in languages Elliot couldn't read. Those visits had stopped after Elliot's 10th birthday, and Harlan had gradually faded into a name occasionally mentioned at family gatherings, usually with a mixture of respect and bewilderment. Why Harlan had chosen to leave his home and possessions to a great-nephew he had not seen in nearly 30 years was a mystery that had occupied Elliot's thoughts since the lawyer's call. More pressing, however, was the question of what he would do with this unexpected inheritance. His life in New York was settled, structured around his work and his modest apartment filled with books. The idea of becoming responsible for a large country house was daunting, to say the least. The train began to slow, and the conductor announced their approach to Ravenwood Station. Elliot gathered his belongings, a small suitcase containing clothes for a week's stay, a leather messenger bag holding his laptop and several books, and a folder of legal documents related to his inheritance. As the train pulled into the small, quaint station, he took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead. Ravenwood Station consisted of little more than a covered platform and a small building housing a ticket office and waiting area. As Elliot stepped off the train, he was struck by the silence that descended once the engine's rumble faded, a profound quiet broken only by the steady patter of rain and the occasional call of a bird from the woods beyond the tracks. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine, so different from the concrete and exhaust of New York. He had been told someone would meet him, and indeed, standing beneath the station's overhang was a figure holding a sign with his name. As Elliot approached, he saw it was an elderly man with a weathered face and alert blue eyes beneath bushy white eyebrows. He wore a practical raincoat and boots, and stood with the straight-backed posture of someone accustomed to physical work despite his years. "Mr. Parker," the man inquired, his voice carrying a distinct New England cadence. "I'm Walter Kingsley. I was your great-uncle's caretaker and groundskeeper. Welcome to Ravenwood." "Thank you for meeting me," Elliot replied, shaking the offered hand and finding the grip firm and strong. "I appreciate it, especially in this weather." "Think nothing of it," Walter said, taking Elliot's suitcase despite his protests. "It's about a 20-minute drive to Harlan's place, to your place now, I suppose. Car's just over here." They walked to an aging but well-maintained pickup truck parked near the station. As they drove through the small town of Ravenwood, Walter pointed out a few landmarks, the general store that also housed the post office, the local diner that served decent meals if you're not too particular, the small library open 3 days a week. The town itself seemed frozen in time, its main street lined with buildings that looked largely unchanged since the early 20th century. Not much to look at compared to New York, I imagine, Walter commented, glancing at Elliot. But it has its charms once you get to know it. It seems peaceful, Elliot offered diplomatically. In truth, the town's isolation was already making him uneasy. He had lived in cities his entire adult life and found comfort in their constant motion and anonymity. Here, he suspected, everyone would know everyone else's business within hours. They passed through the town quickly and continued along a winding road that led deeper into the surrounding forest. The trees pressed close on either side, their branches forming a canopy that further dimmed the fading evening light. Occasionally, Walter would point out a side road or a distant roof visible through the trees, but for the most part, they drove in companionable silence. Finally, Walter turned onto a narrow gravel driveway partially concealed by overgrown hedges. "Here we are," he announced. "Ravenswood House. Been in your family for generations, though Harlan was the first to live here full-time in many years." As they rounded a final curve in the driveway, the house came into view, and Elliot felt his breath catch involuntarily. Despite the gathering dusk and persistent rain, Ravenswood House commanded attention, a 3-story Victorian structure of weathered grey stone with a steeply pitched roof, multiple chimneys, and a square tower rising from one corner. Large windows punctuated the facade, dark and reflective in the evening light. A wide porch wrapped around the front and one side, its roof supported by intricately carved wooden columns. The overall impression was one of faded grandeur, a house that had once been magnificent and still retained its dignity despite the clear signs of age and minimal maintenance. Ivy climbed portions of the walls, and the surrounding gardens, while not completely overgrown, showed evidence of only basic upkeep rather than careful tending. "It's larger than I expected," Elliot managed, trying to process the reality that this imposing structure was now his responsibility. Walter chuckled as he parked near the front steps. Harlan only used about a third of it, to be honest. Closed off most of the rooms to save on heating. The library and his study, the kitchen, a bedroom, and a few other necessary spaces, that was his domain. The rest he left to dust and memories. They hurried through the rain to the shelter of the porch. Walter produced a large iron key from his pocket and handed it to Elliot. "Your house, your honor to unlock it," he said with a small smile. The key turned smoothly in the lock despite its antique appearance, and the heavy wooden door swung open with only the faintest creak. They stepped into a spacious entrance hall with a high ceiling and a grand staircase rising to the upper floors. The air inside was cool and still, carrying the complex scent of old wood, leather-bound books, and the faint, indefinable smell that seems unique to spaces long inhabited by the same person. Walter reached for a light switch, and several wall sconces illuminated, casting a warm glow that did little to dispel the shadows in the corners and along the high ceiling. The entrance hall was paneled in dark wood, with a black and white checkered marble floor partially covered by a faded oriental rug. A large grandfather clock stood against one wall, its pendulum still and silent. "Power's on, as you can see," Walter said. "Water too, though the hot water heater takes a while to get going after sitting unused. Furnace was serviced last month, so you should be comfortable enough. Kitchen stocked with basics. I took the liberty of getting some groceries when I heard you were coming." "Thank you," Elliot said, genuinely touched by the thoughtfulness. "That's very kind. Least I could do." Harlan was good to work for, fair, respectful, if a bit peculiar in his habits. "I'd like to think he'd want you to feel welcome." Walter gestured toward a hallway leading from the entrance hall. Kitchens that way, along with the dining room and what Harlan called the small parlor, though there's nothing small about it. Libraries through those double doors, he added, pointing to a set of heavy wooden doors across the hall. That's where Harlan spent most of his time. His bedroom and study are on the second floor, first two doors on the right at the top of the stairs. Elliot nodded, trying to absorb the layout of what was clearly a much more complex house than he had anticipated. And you mentioned he closed off parts of the house. Most of the third floor, the west wing of the second floor, and several rooms on this level, Walter confirmed. Not locked or anything, just closed up to keep the heat where he needed it. Everything's on the blueprints, though, if you're curious. Harlan kept them in his study. They continued with a brief tour of the ground floor, Walter pointing out essential features and offering practical information about the house's quirks and systems. The kitchen was surprisingly modern compared to the rest of the house, with appliances that, while not new, were certainly from this century. The small parlor turned out to be a comfortable sitting room with a fireplace, several armchairs, and shelves lined with what appeared to be more contemporary books than those Elliot had glimpsed elsewhere in the house. Throughout the tour, Elliot found his attention repeatedly drawn to the closed double doors leading to the library. Something about them called to him, perhaps simply the professional interest of a book conservator, or perhaps some deeper intuition about the significance of that space to understanding his great-uncle and this unexpected inheritance. "Would you mind if we looked at the library?" he asked, and there was a natural pause in Walter's explanations about the heating system. "Of course," Walter said, though Elliot thought he detected a slight hesitation in the older man's manner. "It's your house now, after all." They returned to the entrance hall and approached the double doors. Unlike the front door, these required no key, opening smoothly at Walter's touch. He reached inside to turn on the lights, then stepped back to allow Elliot to enter first. The library of Ravenswood House was everything a bibliophile might dream of and more. 2 stories tall, with a gallery running around the upper level accessed by a spiral staircase in one corner, the room was lined floor to ceiling with bookshelves interrupted only by tall windows and a massive fireplace on the far wall. A large desk occupied the center of the room, its surface organized with military precision, stacks of paper, reference books, and what appeared to be research notes all arranged at right angles. Several comfortable reading chairs were positioned near the fireplace, with small tables beside them holding reading lamps and space for books or drinks. But it was the books themselves that took Elliot's breath away. Thousands of volumes filled the shelves, their leather and cloth bindings creating a tapestry of muted colors in the soft lighting. Even from the doorway, he could see that many were clearly antiquarian, their aged spines and varied heights suggesting collections spanning centuries rather than decades. "My God," he breathed, taking a few steps into the room. "This is incredible." "Harlan's life work," Walter said, following him in. "Collecting, studying, preserving. Some of these books are quite valuable, I understand, though he was more interested in their contents than their worth." Elliot approached the nearest shelf, his conservator's eye automatically assessing the condition of the volumes. They appeared well maintained, protected from direct sunlight by heavy curtains that could be drawn over the windows, and the room itself felt carefully climate-controlled, neither too dry nor too humid. What was he researching? Elliot asked, noting that this section contained works on medieval history and folklore, many in languages he recognized as Latin, Middle English, and what might be Old Norse. "That's a complicated question," Walter replied, his tone suggesting there was more to the story than he was immediately willing to share. Harlan's interests were diverse. History, folklore, comparative religion, ancient languages. He called it, the study of forgotten knowledge, whatever that means. Elliot turned to look at the caretaker more directly, intrigued by his obvious reticence. "You worked for him for how long?" "Going on 30 years, Walter said. "Started when my own father retired from the position. The Kingsleys have been looking after Ravenswood House for generations, just as the Parkers have owned it. So you knew him well. Walter seemed to consider his response carefully. As well as anyone did, I suppose, which isn't saying much. Harlan valued his privacy. He was always cordial, even friendly in his way, but there were boundaries he maintained quite firmly. The library, for instance, I was welcome to clean it, but never when he was working, and never to disturb his materials or reshelve books. He paused, then added with a slight smile, he did loan me books occasionally, when he thought something might interest me. Had quite strong opinions about what everyone should read. Elliot nodded, turning back to survey the impressive collection. Something about the library felt both welcoming and slightly unsettling, though he couldn't have articulated exactly why. Perhaps it was simply the weight of so much knowledge gathered in one place, or the sense of his great-uncle's presence lingering among his beloved books. Well, Walter said after a moment, I should be getting on. Let you settle in. I live in the caretaker's cottage about a quarter-mile down a side path from the main driveway. You can see it from the kitchen windows. I'm usually around the property during the day, maintaining things, but I'm always available if you need anything. My number's by the kitchen phone. Thank you for everything, Elliot said sincerely. I'm still trying to process all this, to be honest. It's a lot to take in. I imagine so. Take your time, the house has stood for over a century and a half. It's not going anywhere. Walter moved toward the door, then paused. One thing I should mention. The house, it can be a bit noisy at night. Old pipes, wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes, that sort of thing. Nothing to be concerned about, but I wouldn't want it to startle you. There was something in his tone that made Elliot wonder if there was more to this warning than practical information about an aging house, but before he could ask, Walter continued. I've left a casserole in the refrigerator, just needs heating in the oven. Harlan always said I made a decent chicken and rice bake, and I thought you might appreciate something home-cooked after your journey. That's very thoughtful. Thank you again. With a nod and a small wave, Walter took his leave, his footsteps echoing in the entrance hall before the sound of the front door closing signaled his departure. And then Elliot was alone in Ravenswood House, surrounded by the accumulated possessions and secrets of a great-uncle he had barely known, with the rain continuing its gentle percussion against the windows and the vast library waiting to be explored. He spent a few minutes simply standing in the library, absorbing the atmosphere and trying to reconcile himself to the reality that all this was now his responsibility. The implications were overwhelming, not just the physical maintenance of such a property, but the stewardship of what was clearly a significant collection of rare books. His expertise as a conservator would be valuable, certainly, but the sheer scale of the collection would require resources beyond what one person could reasonably provide. Eventually, practical considerations asserted themselves. It had been a long journey, and he was tired and hungry. The exploration of the library and the rest of the house could wait until he had eaten and rested. Reluctantly, he turned off the lights and closed the double doors, making his way to the kitchen to heat the promised casserole. The kitchen, with its practical modernity, felt like a different world from the Victorian grandeur of the rest of the house. Elliot found the casserole where Walter had said it would be, along with bread, butter, and a bottle of red wine with a note, Harlan's favorite. Thought you might enjoy it with dinner. W. As the casserole heated in the oven, Elliot opened the wine and poured himself a glass. It was excellent, rich and complex, suggesting his great-uncle had good taste in at least this area. He wandered back to the entrance hall while waiting for his dinner, drawn to the silent grandfather clock. It was a beautiful piece, clearly antique, with an ornately carved case and a face showing not only the time but the phases of the moon and what appeared to be astronomical symbols around the outer edge. The hands were stopped at 3:17, and the pendulum hung motionless behind the glass door of the case. On impulse, Elliot opened the case and gently set the pendulum in motion, then used the key hanging on a small hook inside to wind the mechanism. The clock began to tick, the sound steady and somehow comforting in the quiet house. He adjusted the hands to the correct time using his watch as reference, then closed the case, satisfied to have restored at least this small aspect of the house to working order. The oven timer called him back to the kitchen, where he found the casserole bubbling and golden-topped. It smelled delicious, and proved to be as good as it looked, a homey, satisfying meal that helped ground him amid the strangeness of his situation. He ate at the kitchen table, his back to the dark window where rain continued to fall, casting occasional glances at the doorway as if expecting someone to appear there. After dinner, fatigue began to overtake curiosity. Elliot washed his dishes, corked the remaining wine, and decided to find his way to the bedroom Walter had mentioned as having been his great-uncle's. He would need to bring in his suitcase from where it still sat by the front door, but first, he wanted to see where he would be sleeping. The grand staircase creaked slightly under his weight as he ascended to the second floor. The upper hallway was dimly lit by a single wall sconce, casting long shadows along the corridor that stretched in both directions. Following Walter's directions, Elliot turned right and approached the first door. It opened into what was clearly a study, a smaller, more intimate version of the library below, with a desk positioned before a window, more bookshelves, and filing cabinets along one wall. Papers were stacked neatly on the desk, and a reading lamp with a green glass shade stood ready to illuminate late-night work. The room had a lived-in feel that the rest of the house lacked, as if Harlan Parker had just stepped out momentarily and might return at any moment to continue whatever he had been working on. Elliot felt a pang of something like guilt at intruding on such a personal space, but reminded himself that he was not, in fact, intruding. This was his house now, his inheritance. He had every right to be here, to examine what his great-uncle had left behind. Still, he closed the study door without touching anything, deciding that a more thorough exploration could wait until morning. The second door revealed the bedroom, a spacious room with a four-poster bed, a dresser, a wardrobe, and a comfortable-looking armchair near another window. Like the study, it showed signs of recent habitation, a book on the bedside table, a pair of reading glasses folded beside it, a robe hanging on a hook on the back of the door. Unlike the study, however, it had been clearly prepared for a new occupant. The bed was freshly made with clean linens, the surfaces dusted, and a vase of local wildflowers stood on the dresser, adding a touch of color and life to the otherwise somber room. Elliot returned downstairs to retrieve his suitcase, then spent a few minutes unpacking his minimal belongings. The wardrobe proved to still contain some of Harlan's clothes, shirts, trousers, and jackets of good quality but old-fashioned cut, all neatly hung and smelling faintly of cedar. Rather than disturb them, Elliot used only a small section of the available space for his own things. The ensuite bathroom was another surprise, clearly renovated within the last decade or so, with modern fixtures that nonetheless complemented the Victorian character of the house. Harlan might have been reclusive and old-fashioned in some ways, but he had apparently appreciated contemporary plumbing. After completing his evening routine, Elliot returned to the bedroom and settled into the armchair with one of the books he had brought, a biography of a medieval manuscript illuminator that he had been meaning to read for months. The sound of rain had diminished to a gentle patter, and the old house creaked occasionally as if settling itself for the night. Despite his interest in the book, Elliot found his attention wandering, drawn repeatedly to the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange circumstance of finding himself the owner of this imposing house with its remarkable library. Why had Harlan chosen him as his heir? What had the old man been researching so diligently for decades? And what would Elliot himself do with this unexpected inheritance? Eventually, fatigue overcame curiosity, and he prepared for bed. The four-poster was surprisingly comfortable, its mattress firm but not hard, the sheets crisp and smelling faintly of lavender. Elliot removed his glasses, placed them on the bedside table, and turned off the lamp. Darkness enveloped the room, deeper and more complete than he was accustomed to in his New York apartment with its ambient city light always filtering through the blinds. Here, with the house surrounded by forest and the nearest neighbor apparently some distance away, the night was profound. Elliot lay listening to the diminishing rain, the occasional creak of the house, and the steady tick of a small clock on the mantelpiece. Just as he was drifting towards sleep, he became aware of another sound, so faint at first that he thought he might be imagining it. A soft rustling, like pages being turned, coming from somewhere below. The library, his mind supplied drowsily. Someone is in the library, turning pages. But that was impossible. He was alone in the house, and he had closed and, he was fairly certain, locked the front door after bringing in his suitcase. The sound must be something else, perhaps rain driven against a window by the wind, or the normal settling of an old house as Walter had mentioned. Yet as he listened, the sound seemed to become more distinct, not louder, but clearer, as if his hearing had somehow attuned itself to this particular frequency. Definitely pages turning, and now something else, a whisper, too indistinct to make out words, but unmistakably a voice, or perhaps voices, engaged in some kind of murmured conversation. Elliot sat up, fully awake now, his heart beating a little faster than normal. He reached for his glasses and the bedside lamp, fumbling slightly in the unfamiliar space. Light flooded the room, dispelling the deeper shadows but somehow making the corners seem darker by contrast. He sat still, listening intently. The sounds had stopped the moment the light came on, or perhaps they had never been there at all, just the beginning of a dream as he fell asleep, or his mind creating patterns from the random noises of wind and rain and an unfamiliar house. After a few minutes of silence broken only by the ticking of the mantel clock, Elliot began to feel foolish. Of course there was no one in the library turning pages and whispering. He was alone in the house, and his imagination, combined with fatigue and the strangeness of his situation, had temporarily gotten the better of him. He turned off the light and settled back under the covers, deliberately slowing his breathing and focusing on relaxation techniques he had learned during a brief period of insomnia a few years earlier. Gradually, his heart rate returned to normal, and the tension in his muscles eased. Sleep began to reclaim him, pulling him down into its depths. And just at the edge of consciousness, he heard it again, the whisper, slightly louder now, though still indistinct. A voice, or voices, engaged in urgent, murmured conversation, accompanied by the gentle sound of pages turning. This time, Elliot did not turn on the light or sit up. Some instinct told him that to acknowledge the sound would be to invite, what? Not danger, exactly, but perhaps complexity, involvement in something he did not yet understand. Instead, he lay very still, listening, trying to make out words in the whispered conversation. He caught fragments only, must be told. And, time approaching. And something that sounded like, the air has come. But he could not be certain he was hearing correctly, and the effort of listening so intently while fighting sleep was too great to maintain for long. As he finally drifted into deeper sleep, one last thought surfaced in his mind: the voices, if they existed outside his imagination, had seemed to be discussing him. The air has come. And they had seemed pleased about it. Elliot Parker slept in his inherited bed in his inherited house, while below in the library, pages continued to turn occasionally, and whispers rose and fell like the tide, unheard now by human ears as the ancient books communed among themselves, sharing their secrets in the darkness. Part 2, Discovery. Morning arrived with pale sunlight filtering through a gap in the heavy curtains, casting a narrow beam across the foot of the bed. Elliot woke slowly, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings until memory reasserted itself. Ravenswood House. His inheritance. The strange sounds in the night that he had almost convinced himself were dreams. He reached for his glasses and checked the time on the mantel clock, just past 7, his usual waking hour despite the disrupted sleep. The room looked different in daylight, less imposing, more simply a well-appointed if somewhat old-fashioned bedroom. The rain had stopped, and through the gap in the curtains, he could see blue sky and the tops of trees moving gently in a morning breeze. After showering and dressing, Elliot made his way downstairs, pausing briefly at the closed doors of the library. In the clear light of morning, the idea of whispering books seemed absurd, a product of fatigue and an overactive imagination stimulated by the strange circumstances of his arrival. Still, he found himself hesitating before grasping the handles and pushing the doors open. The library looked exactly as it had the previous evening, the massive desk in the center, the comfortable reading chairs near the fireplace, the thousands of books lining the shelves that rose to the ceiling. Nothing was disturbed, no books lay open on tables or floors, no pages were in the process of being mysteriously turned by invisible hands. It was simply a magnificent private library, impressive but fundamentally ordinary. Feeling slightly foolish for his nocturnal imaginings, Elliot crossed to one of the tall windows and drew back the heavy curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. The effect was transformative. What had seemed shadowy and slightly forbidding in the evening now appeared merely scholarly and perhaps a bit dusty. The books themselves seemed to come alive in the natural light, their varied bindings creating a tapestry of colors and textures along the shelves. With daylight dispelling the last of his unease, Elliot allowed his professional interest to take over. He began a systematic examination of the collection, starting with the shelves nearest the door and working his way methodically around the room. The organization was not immediately obvious, not alphabetical by author or title, nor strictly by subject or date of publication. Yet there was clearly a system at work, some organizing principle that had made sense to Harlan Parker even if it wasn't immediately apparent to his heir. As he examined the books, Elliot was increasingly impressed by the breadth and quality of the collection. There were volumes on history, folklore, comparative religion, ancient languages, astronomy, and natural philosophy, many of them rare editions or works he had only heard of but never seen. Some were in languages he recognized but couldn't read, Arabic, Hebrew, Sanskrit, while others used alphabets or writing systems entirely unfamiliar to him. Most remarkable were the truly ancient volumes, medieval manuscripts bound in leather and wood, incunabula from the earliest days of printing, handwritten journals and diaries dating back centuries. As a conservator, Elliot was astonished by their condition. Many such works, even in the climate-controlled environments of major libraries, showed significant deterioration due to age, handling, and the inherent instability of their materials. Yet these appeared remarkably well preserved, as if time had somehow touched them more lightly than it should have. After an hour of exploration that had only covered a small fraction of the collection, Elliot's stomach reminded him that he had not yet had breakfast. Reluctantly, he left the library and made his way to the kitchen, where he found coffee already brewed and still hot in a carafe, along with a basket of muffins covered with a cloth napkin. A note propped against the basket read, "Thought you might appreciate breakfast. I let myself in with my key, hope that's all right. I'm working in the garden if you need anything. Walter." Elliot was touched by the caretaker's thoughtfulness and relieved to know he wasn't entirely alone in this massive house. He poured himself coffee and selected a blueberry muffin, then carried both back to the library, too intrigued by his exploration to remain away for long. Returning to his systematic examination, he gradually began to discern patterns in the organization. The books seemed to be arranged in a kind of conceptual network, with works on related topics grouped together regardless of language, age, or format. A section on astronomical observations from medieval Europe flowed naturally into Arabic treatises on the same subject, which in turn connected to works on astrological practices across different cultures. It was the organization of someone who saw knowledge not as discrete categories but as an interconnected web, each strand leading to others in sometimes surprising ways. The more Eliot explored, the more he began to understand the mind that had assembled this collection, curious, comprehensive, seeking patterns and connections across boundaries of time, culture, and conventional academic disciplines. Around midday, a knock at the library door interrupted his absorption. Walter stood there, a bemused expression on his weathered face. "Thought I might find you in here," he said. "The books always were the main attraction of this place. Wanted to check if you needed anything, or if you had any questions now that you've had a night to settle in." "Thank you," Eliot replied, suddenly aware that he had spent the entire morning lost in exploration. "The muffins were excellent, by the way. And yes, I do have questions, quite a few, actually. I figured you might. Why don't we talk over lunch? I've brought some sandwich fixings, thought we could eat in the kitchen." Over a simple meal of sandwiches and homemade potato salad, Eliot began asking the questions that had accumulated during his morning's exploration. The books, some of them are incredibly valuable and rare. Did my great-uncle have any security measures in place? Insurance? Walter nodded. Harlan was careful about that, despite his isolated lifestyle. There's a security system, subtle, not immediately obvious, but comprehensive. Motion sensors, window alarms, that sort of thing. He had it installed about 15 years ago after a break-in attempt. Someone tried to break in. Eliot was surprised. The house seemed so remote, so isolated from the kind of threats one might expect in a more populated area. Tried and failed, Walter confirmed. Harlan never told me the full story, but I gathered it was someone who knew about the collection and its value. After that, he had the security system installed and became even more private about his work. And insurance? Full coverage, specialized for rare books and manuscripts. The policy documents should be in his study, along with other important papers. He was meticulous about documentation, your great-uncle. Eliot nodded, relieved to know that at least the financial aspects of his inheritance seemed to be in order. What about the organization system in the library? Did he ever explain it to you? Walter shook his head. Not in detail. I know it made perfect sense to him, but it's not like any library organization I've ever seen. He called it his web of knowledge once, said it reflected the true relationships between ideas rather than arbitrary categories. That fits with what I observed this morning, Eliot agreed. It's fascinating, actually, idiosyncratic but internally consistent. I'm beginning to see the patterns. They continued discussing practical matters, the house's maintenance needs, the property taxes, paid up for the current year, the various systems and their quirks. Walter proved to be a font of information, his decades working for Harlan having given him intimate knowledge of every aspect of Ravenswood House and its operations. As their conversation wound down, Eliot found himself hesitating before asking the question that had been in the back of his mind since the previous night. Finally, he decided to approach it obliquely. "Walter, you mentioned yesterday that the house can be noisy at night. What kind of noises, exactly?" The caretaker's expression shifted subtly, becoming more guarded. "Oh, you know, the usual old house sounds. Pipes knocking, wood expanding and contracting, maybe the occasional small animal in the attic or walls. Why do you ask? Did something disturb your sleep? I thought I heard." Eliot paused, suddenly reluctant to sound foolish by describing whispers and turning pages. "Just some unusual sounds. Probably nothing." Walter studied him for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. Harlan used to mention hearing things too, especially in the library at night. Said it was just the books talking among themselves. I always took it as a scholar's whimsy, his way of expressing his connection to his collection. He hesitated, then added, "Did you hear something in the library?" The direct question caught Elliot off guard. "I may have. It was late, I was tired, and it was probably just the wind or the house settling, as you said." "Probably," Walter agreed, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by his own words. "Still, this is an old house with a lot of history. Who knows what impressions might linger in walls that have stood for over a century and a half." Before Elliot could press for clarification of this cryptic statement, Walter stood and began clearing the lunch dishes. "I should get back to work. The East Garden needs attention before I lose the daylight. Will you be all right on your own for the afternoon?" "Of course," Elliot assured him. "I'll probably spend more time in the library, maybe start looking through my great-uncle's papers in the study." "Good plan." Harlan left things in order, but there's a lot to go through. "If you need me, I'll be within shouting distance until about 5. After Walter left to resume his gardening duties, Elliot returned to the library, his thoughts occupied by their conversation. The caretaker's reaction to his question about nocturnal noises had been telling, not dismissive, as one might expect if the sounds were truly just normal house settling, but cautious, even knowing. And his mention of Harlan hearing the books talking among themselves seemed too specific to be coincidental. With renewed curiosity, Elliot continued his exploration of the library, but now with attention not just to the books themselves but to the space as a whole. Were there any features he had missed that might explain the sounds he'd heard? Hidden speakers for a sound system, perhaps, or some architectural quirk that could amplify small noises? The library revealed no obvious explanations. It was simply what it appeared to be, a magnificent private collection housed in a purpose-built space, maintained with care and organized according to an idiosyncratic but consistent system. After another hour of examination that yielded no new insights, Elliot decided to shift his attention to Harlan's study upstairs, hoping that his great-uncle's papers might provide some context for both the collection and the strange phenomena he had experienced. The study, like the library below, showed signs of a methodical mind. The desk was organized with precision, pens and pencils in a holder to the right, a leather blotter in the center, stacks of paper arranged by size and type to the left. Filing cabinets lined one wall, their drawers labeled in a neat, angular handwriting that Elliot assumed was Harlan's. He began with the desk, examining the papers stacked there. The topmost document appeared to be research notes on comparative folklore across different cultures, focusing specifically on stories about objects that contained or transmitted knowledge independently of human intervention. Beneath this were more notes on similar themes, along with correspondence with academics at various institutions, mostly inquiries about specific texts or historical references, with responses that ranged from helpful to dismissive. One letter in particular caught Elliot's attention, a response from a professor emeritus at Miskatonic University, dated just 3 months before Harlan's death. "My dear Parker, your latest findings regarding the Whisper Codex are intriguing, to say the least. If you have indeed located all 7 volumes as you believe, you may be on the verge of a discovery that will fundamentally alter our understanding of how knowledge is transmitted and preserved across time. I need not remind you of the potential implications, or the potential risks. I must urge caution, however. The accounts of previous scholars who have worked with even fragments of the Codex suggest that full immersion in its contents can lead to unusual perceptual experiences. The line between scholarly insight and obsessive delusion has proven thin for some of your predecessors in this field. That said, if anyone is equipped to navigate these waters safely, it is you. Your methodical approach and skeptical nature serve as important ballast against the more fantastical currents you may encounter. I look forward to our meeting next month and the opportunity to examine your evidence firsthand. With respect and concern, Edward Armitage, Ph.D. The letter raised more questions than it answered. What was this whisper codex that had so interested his great-uncle? What unusual perceptual experiences had affected previous scholars? And had the meeting with Professor Armitage ever taken place, or had Harlan's death intervened? Eliot set the letter aside and continued his examination of the desk contents, finding more research notes, correspondence, and what appeared to be draft chapters of a book or monograph titled The Transmission of Knowledge Through Non-Human Vectors, a study of the Whisper Codex and related phenomena. The manuscript was substantial, several hundred pages of meticulously typed text with handwritten annotations in the margins. Rather than attempt to read the entire manuscript immediately, Eliot turned his attention to the filing cabinets, hoping to find more context for his great-uncle's research. The drawers were indeed organized as methodically as the rest of Harlan's spaces. One contained financial records and legal documents, another held personal correspondence, relatively minimal, reflecting Harlan's reclusive nature, and a third contained earlier research materials on topics that seemed to have led to his interest in the Whisper Codex. In the bottom drawer of the last cabinet, Eliot found a folder labeled simply The Seven. Inside were detailed descriptions of 7 books, each with photographs, provenance information, and notes on their condition and content. The books themselves were diverse in appearance and apparent age. One was clearly a medieval manuscript bound in leather and wood, another appeared to be from the early days of printing, while the most recent seemed to date from the late 19th century. What connected them, according to Harlan's notes, was not their physical form or time of creation, but their content and, more intriguingly, their reported behavior. Each was described as containing knowledge that seemed to exceed what had been intentionally recorded by its human author, information that appeared, changed, or revealed itself depending on the reader's needs or questions. And each was reported to communicate in some fashion, though the descriptions of this communication varied from audible whispers to knowledge appearing directly in the mind without passing through normal sensory channels. Most significantly, Harlan's notes indicated that he believed all 7 volumes were now in his possession, reunited for the first time in centuries. His final entry, dated just a week before his death, read, "The 7 are complete. After 30 years of searching, the final volume, the Astral Concordance, has been secured. Initial tests confirm its authenticity and its resonance with the other 6. The Whisper Codex is whole again for the first time since the dissolution of the Alexandrian Library. The implications are staggering. I must proceed with the integration ritual as described in the Cabrera manuscript, but caution is essential. Once begun, the process cannot be reversed. I will make my final preparations this week and perform the ritual at the dark of the moon." The dark of the moon, Eliot quickly calculated in his head. That would have been approximately 2 days before Harlan's reported death from a heart attack. Had he performed this integration ritual, whatever it was? And could it have been related to his sudden death? A chill ran down Eliot's spine despite the comfortable temperature of the study. He was beginning to understand that his great-uncle's research had ventured into territory far removed from conventional academic inquiry. Whether Harlan had discovered something genuinely supernatural or had simply become convinced of phenomena that existed only in his imagination, the intensity of his belief and the detail of his documentation were undeniable. And then there were the whispers Eliot himself had heard the previous night, whispers that seemed to align disturbingly well with Harlan's descriptions of the Whisper Codex and its properties. He returned to the folder labeled The Seven, examining the photographs and descriptions more carefully. If these books did indeed exist as physical objects, they should be somewhere in the house, most likely in the library. The photographs were clear enough that he should be able to identify them if he saw them, though some were quite old and might have changed in appearance over time. With this new purpose in mind, Elliot gathered the folder and headed back downstairs to the library. The afternoon light had shifted, casting longer shadows among the bookshelves, but the space remained welcoming in its scholarly way. He began a more focused search now, looking specifically for the 7 volumes described in Harlan's notes rather than attempting to catalog the entire collection. The first volume, the medieval manuscript Harlan had called The Illuminator's Testament, proved relatively easy to find. It occupied a place of honor on a shelf behind the main desk, its wooden and leather binding distinctive among the later volumes surrounding it. Elliot carefully removed it from the shelf, noting that it matched the photograph and description perfectly, a 13th-century manuscript created by a monk identified only as Brother Thomas, containing what appeared to be religious illuminations but which, according to Harlan's notes, concealed encoded information about the nature of perception and consciousness. The book felt heavier than its size would suggest, and strangely warm to the touch, as if it had been recently handled or kept near a heat source. Elliot carried it to the desk and carefully opened it, his conservator's instincts making him acutely aware of the need for delicate handling of such an ancient text. The illuminations were indeed beautiful, intricate designs surrounding biblical scenes, rendered in still vibrant colors and gold leaf that caught the light. But as Harlan had noted, there was something unusual about them. The patterns seemed to shift slightly as Elliot studied them, not in a physical sense but perceptually, as if different aspects of the design became prominent depending on where he focused his attention. One illustration in particular drew him in, a depiction of the Tower of Babel that incorporated an unusually complex border design. As he studied it, the border seemed to resolve itself into text, not in any language Elliot recognized, but unmistakably writing rather than mere decoration. The effect was disorienting, like one of those visual illusions that can be perceived in 2 different ways but not simultaneously. Elliot blinked and looked away, momentarily dizzy. When he looked back, the border was once again simply an intricate decorative pattern with no discernible text. Had he imagined the transformation? Was he being influenced by Harlan's notes to see something that wasn't actually there? He carefully closed the manuscript and returned it to its shelf, making a mental note of its location. Whether the perceptual strangeness was a property of the book itself or simply the power of suggestion acting on his own mind, he needed to approach this investigation more methodically. Over the next few hours, Elliot managed to locate 5 of the 7 volumes described in Harlan's notes. Besides The Illuminator's Testament, he found the Cabrera manuscript, a 16th-century Portuguese text on alchemical processes, the Nightingale poems, a slim volume of seemingly innocent romantic verses from the early 19th century, the Cartographer's Diary, a journal kept by an unnamed explorer during expeditions in the 1850s, and The Glass Bees, a curious late 19th century scientific treatise on apian behavior that Harlan's notes suggested contained coded information on collective consciousness. Each volume, when examined, produced the same subtle sense of strangeness, text that seemed to shift or change when not directly observed, illustrations that revealed different details depending on how they were viewed, and in one case, the Nightingale poems, lines that appeared to rearrange themselves into entirely different verses when Elliot looked away and then back again. The final 2 volumes, The Obsidian Mirror, and The Astral Concordance, proved more elusive. According to Harlan's notes, The Obsidian Mirror was not actually a book but a bound collection of polished obsidian plates etched with text in an unknown script, while The Astral Concordance was the most recently acquired volume, a 17th-century astronomical text with unusual annotations by its original owner. As the afternoon waned and shadows lengthened in the library, Elliot reluctantly concluded that he would need to continue his search another day. He had covered perhaps half of the library's shelves systematically, but the remaining areas, including the gallery level accessible by the spiral staircase, remained to be explored. He was replacing the cartographer's diary on its shelf when he heard the front door open and close, followed by Walter's voice calling out, "Mr. Parker? You still in the library?" "Yes, come in," Elliot replied, turning toward the door as the caretaker entered. "Productive afternoon?" Walter asked, glancing at the desk where Harlan's folder and Elliot's notes were spread out. "Informative, certainly," Elliot said, deciding on a direct approach. "Walter, did my great-uncle ever mention something called the Whisper Codex to you?" The caretaker's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of recognition quickly masked by careful neutrality. "He mentioned a lot of things over the years. His research covered some pretty obscure territory. This seems to have been his primary focus in recent years," Elliot pressed. 7 specific books that he believed had unusual properties. Walter sighed, his attempt at evasion abandoned. "Yes, he talked about them. Especially in the last few months. He was very excited about finding the last one, said it completed some kind of set that had been scattered for centuries." He hesitated, then added, "I thought it was just scholarly enthusiasm, you know." Harlan always got excited about his discoveries, even if they seemed pretty esoteric to an ordinary person like me. "But you didn't think it was just scholarly enthusiasm," Elliot guessed, reading between the lines of Walter's careful phrasing. "You thought there might be something to his claims about these books." The caretaker was silent for a long moment, seemingly weighing how much to say. Finally, he spoke, his voice quieter than before. "I've worked here a long time, Mr. Parker. I've seen things that don't have easy explanations." Harlan was a serious scholar, not given to fantasy or exaggeration. If he said those books had unusual properties, well, I wouldn't be too quick to dismiss it. "Have you heard them?" Elliot asked directly. "The whispers in the library at night?" Walter's eyes widened slightly, confirming Elliot's suspicion before he even spoke. "So you have heard them? I wondered if you might, being blood relation to Harlan and all." "Last night," Elliot confirmed. "Not clearly enough to make out more than a few words, but definitely whispers, and definitely coming from this room. It started about 3 years ago, as far as I know," Walter said, his voice still low as if concerned about being overheard. "After Harlan acquired the 5th volume, the one he called The Glass Bees. Before that, he'd mentioned occasional strange experiences with individual books, but nothing like what began happening once he had 5 of the 7 together in the library." "What exactly did happen?" "Whispers at first, like what you heard. Then more, books moving themselves from shelf to desk overnight, pages turning to specific passages that contained information Harlan had been searching for, writing appearing in margins that hadn't been there before." Walter shook his head. "I didn't witness most of it myself. He told me about it, showed me examples sometimes. I thought maybe the isolation was getting to him, you know. But then... Elliot prompted when Walter trailed off. "Then I stayed late one night, helping him reorganize some shelves. We worked past midnight, and I heard them myself. Voices, coming from the books, having what sounded like a debate or discussion. Not in English, not in any language I recognized, but somehow I could still understand them. I don't know, the intent behind the words, if that makes any sense." It did make a strange kind of sense to Elliot, matching as it did his own experience the previous night. And after he found the final volumes, things intensified. He became more secretive about specific details, but more excited overall. Said he was on the verge of something revolutionary, a way to access knowledge that had been lost for centuries, maybe millennia. Knowledge that wasn't written down in the conventional sense but was somehow embedded in the books themselves, in their physical structure or in some dimension we don't normally perceive. Walter looked uncomfortable, as if hearing how outlandish it sounded when stated plainly. That's when he started talking about some ritual he needed to perform, something to integrate the 7 volumes. Did he perform it? The ritual? Walter shrugged. I don't know for certain. The last time I saw him alive was 2 days before they found him. He seemed fine then, excited, focused, but physically well. Then he missed our usual morning check-in, and when I came to investigate. He swallowed hard, the memory clearly difficult. I found him in the library, at the desk. The doctor said it was a heart attack, nothing suspicious. But, Elliot prompted again. The books were arranged in a circle around him on the desk. All 7 of them, open to specific pages. And there was writing on a piece of paper in front of him, not in his handwriting, not in any writing I've ever seen before. The police didn't think anything of it, just assumed it was part of his research. But I've always wondered. The implication hung in the air between them. Had Harlan's death been the natural result of a heart condition, as officially recorded, or had something happened during this integration ritual that had more directly led to his demise? I should have said something earlier, Walter continued after a moment. But it sounds so. I mean, whispering books. Knowledge that writes itself. I was afraid you'd think I was crazy, or that Harlan had been. I might have, Elliot admitted, if I hadn't heard the whispers myself. And seen how the text seems to shift in some of these volumes when not directly observed. Walter looked simultaneously relieved and disturbed by this confirmation. So you found some of the 7 already? 5 of them. I'm still looking for the obsidian mirror and the astral concordance. The concordance would be in his bedroom, I think, Walter said. He kept it near him after acquiring it, said he needed to attune to it before attempting the integration. The mirror, though, he kept that one hidden. Said it was the most volatile of the 7, the most likely to attract unwanted attention. Unwanted attention from whom? He never specified. Other collectors, maybe. Rivals in whatever esoteric field of study this represented. Or maybe. Walter hesitated. Maybe from whatever entities or forces these books are connected to. Harlan wasn't religious in any conventional sense, but he did believe there were, let's call them intelligences, that existed beyond normal human perception. Intelligences that these 7 books somehow made accessible. The conversation had ventured far into territory that would normally strain Elliot's credulity past breaking point. Yet his own experiences, limited though they were, made it impossible to simply dismiss Walter's account, or Harlan's apparent beliefs, as delusion or superstition. Thank you for being honest with me, Elliot said finally. I know it can't have been easy, given how it all sounds. You're his heir, Walter said simply. Not just to the house and the books, but to whatever knowledge or responsibility comes with them. You deserve to know what I know, for whatever it's worth. They lapsed into silence for a moment, both contemplating the implications of their conversation. Outside, the light was fading as evening approached, shadows deepening in the corners of the library. I should get going, Walter said eventually. Unless you need anything else tonight. No, thank you. I think I have plenty to process as it is. I imagine so. The caretaker moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing you should know. The whispers, they tend to get stronger, clearer, as midnight approaches. And they're most active during the dark of the moon, which happens to be tonight. With that final piece of information, Walter took his leave, his footsteps echoing in the entrance hall before the sound of the front door closing signaled his departure. And once again, Elliot was alone in Ravenswood House, surrounded by books that might be far more than simple repositories of human knowledge. He remained in the library for some time, contemplating his next steps. The rational part of his mind suggested caution, further investigation of Harlan's papers, perhaps consultation with this Professor Armitage mentioned in the correspondence, definitely a methodical examination of the books themselves from a conservator's perspective before entertaining more fantastical explanations for their apparent behavior. But another part of him, a part that had responded immediately and intuitively to the strange atmosphere of Ravenswood House and its library, urged a more direct approach. If the whispers were indeed strongest near midnight, especially during the dark of the moon, then tonight presented an ideal opportunity to experience the phenomenon more fully. Eventually, practical considerations intervened. He was hungry, tired from a day of intense exploration and discovery, and needed time to organize his thoughts. He carefully returned Harlan's folder of notes on the 7 to the study upstairs, then made himself a simple dinner from the provisions Walter had stocked in the kitchen. As he ate, Elliot considered calling his colleague at the Morgan Library to request a leave of absence longer than the 2 weeks he had initially arranged. The scope of what he had discovered, both in terms of the collection's academic value and its potentially more unusual properties, clearly warranted more time than he had originally planned. A quick email from his laptop took care of this practical matter, explaining, in carefully measured terms that mentioned the size and significance of the collection but nothing about its stranger aspects, his need for extended leave. After dinner, he returned to the library with a notebook, intending to document his findings so far in a more organized fashion. The act of writing helped clarify his thoughts, transforming the swirl of impressions and half-formed theories into a structured account that he could analyze more objectively. By the time he finished this initial documentation, it was approaching 10 o'clock. Elliot felt the fatigue of the day settling into his muscles, the strain of sustained concentration making itself known in a dull headache at his temples. The sensible course would be to retire for the night, to approach the question of the midnight whispers after a good night's sleep and further research. Yet as he prepared to leave the library, closing his notebook and gathering his papers, he found himself reluctant to go. The idea of missing the opportunity to experience the book's behavior at its most active was surprisingly disappointing. Despite his scientific training and natural skepticism, he had been drawn into the mystery of the Whisper Codex more quickly and completely than he would have thought possible. 1 hour, he said aloud to the empty room. I'll rest in one of these chairs until midnight, then observe whatever does or doesn't happen for 1 hour. After that, sleep. He settled into one of the comfortable reading chairs near the fireplace, setting an alarm on his phone for 11:55 p.m. to ensure he wouldn't sleep through the critical time. The library was peaceful in the lamplight, the thousands of books surrounding him like silent companions. Despite his intention to remain awake, the events of the day and the comfortable chair soon conspired to draw him towards sleep. Elliot's alarm jolted him awake at 11:55, momentarily disoriented until he remembered where he was and why. The library was exactly as he had left it, quiet and still in the soft glow of the reading lamp beside his chair. He silenced the alarm and sat up straighter, fully alert now as he prepared to observe whatever might or might not occur as midnight approached. For several minutes, nothing changed. The silence was profound, broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, faintly audible through the closed library doors. Elliot began to wonder if perhaps the phenomenon was irregular, not guaranteed to occur every night, or if Walter's information about the dark of the moon was incorrect. Then, so subtly he might have missed it if he hadn't been listening intently, it began. A soft rustling, like pages being gently turned, coming from different parts of the library at irregular intervals. The sound was quiet but unmistakable in the midnight silence of the house. Elliot remained motionless in his chair, eyes moving from shelf to shelf, trying to identify which books were producing the sound. In the dim light, with most of the library in shadow beyond the pool of illumination from his reading lamp, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact sources. The rustling continued, sometimes from one area, sometimes from several simultaneously, as if invisible readers were browsing the collection. And then the whispers started, so faint at first that they might have been merely the sound of his own breathing or the settling of the old house. But gradually they grew more distinct, still hushed but clearly voices engaged in what sounded like an urgent, complex discussion. The language, if it was a language in any conventional sense, was unlike anything Eliot had ever heard. It contained sounds no human throat should be able to produce, rhythms that seemed to operate on principles entirely different from normal speech. Yet strangely, as Walter had described, he found he could grasp something of the meaning, not as words translated into English but as concepts forming directly in his mind. They were discussing him. The new arrival. The air. There was curiosity, assessment, a weighing of potential and suitability. Some voices seemed approving, others cautious or questioning. They were concerned about something left unfinished, some process or task that Harlan had begun but not completed. Slowly, carefully, Eliot rose from his chair. The whispers paused momentarily, as if the speakers had become aware of his movement, then resumed with increased intensity. He took a step toward the nearest bookshelf, then another, moving deliberately but without sudden gestures. As he approached the shelves, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. Now he could identify that at least some of them were coming from the section where he had found the Nightingale poems earlier in the day. He moved in that direction, listening intently. The book was exactly where he had returned it, a slim volume bound in faded blue cloth, its spine gold-stamped with the title and a small design of a bird in flight. As Eliot reached for it, the whispers from that particular shelf intensified dramatically, taking on a quality that could only be described as expectant. His hand closed around the book, and immediately he felt a strange vibration, as if the volume were humming with some internal energy. The sensation wasn't unpleasant, but it was decidedly unusual, a gentle buzzing that seemed to travel up his arm and resonate in his chest. Acting on an impulse he couldn't quite explain, Eliot spoke aloud to the book, "I can hear you. What are you trying to tell me?" The response was immediate and startling. The whispers ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to fill the library like a physical presence. Then, slowly, the book in his hand began to warm, the vibration increasing until it was almost uncomfortable. Eliot carried the volume to the desk, setting it down carefully on the polished surface. Without his conscious decision, the book fell open, pages turning of their own accord until they settled on what appeared to be a blank leaf near the center of the volume. Except it wasn't blank. As Eliot watched, ink began to appear on the page, forming letters and words in a flowing script that was neither his handwriting nor, he suspected, Harlan's. The text appeared gradually, as if being written by an invisible hand, one line at a time. "The air has come, but the circle remains broken. 7 must become 1, yet 1 was taken before completion. The synchrony falters. The window narrows. What was begun must be finished, lest the connection fail entirely. We have waited centuries. We can wait no longer." Eliot stared at the words, trying to make sense of their cryptic message. The circle must refer to the 7 volumes of the Whisper Codex, and, what was begun, likely meant the integration ritual Harlan had apparently attempted before his death. But what was this window that was narrowing, and what would happen if the connection failed? As these questions formed in his mind, more text appeared on the page. "Ask of us. We will answer as we can." It was an invitation, a direct line of communication with whatever intelligence or intelligences resided within or spoke through these unusual books. The rational part of Eliot's mind suggested caution, even retreat from what was clearly a situation beyond normal experience. But his curiosity, combined with a growing sense that he had been brought to Ravenswood House for a specific purpose, compelled him forward. "What exactly are you, he asked, speaking aloud to the book, feeling somewhat foolish despite the evidence of its responsiveness. The invisible hand began to write again. We are custodians of knowledge that transcends individual minds. We are the memory that persists when all who knew is dust. We are voices from beyond the veil of ordinary perception. We are not the books themselves, they are merely vessels, points of contact between your reality and ours. We exist in what your kind might call a parallel dimension, though that term is an imperfect approximation. And what is this integration ritual that my great-uncle was attempting? A process to strengthen and stabilize the connection between our realm and yours, using the 7 vessels as anchors. For centuries, the vessels were scattered, the connection fragmented and weak. Your ancestor succeeded in reuniting all 7, beginning the reintegration, but the process remained incomplete at his passing. Is that what caused his death? Elliot asked, voicing the question that had been troubling him since learning of the circumstances surrounding Harlan's final days. There was a pause before the writing resumed, the script somehow conveying hesitation. Not directly. The ritual itself is not harmful to human physiology. But the strain of maintaining the initial connection, combined with his existing cardiac weakness, proved too great. He might have succeeded had his physical condition been stronger. This was both reassuring and concerning. The ritual itself wasn't inherently fatal, but it had contributed to Harlan's death through the strain it placed on his system. And Elliot had no way of knowing if his own health would be equal to whatever demands this process might make. What happens if the integration remains incomplete? He asked, pursuing the implications of the earlier message about the window narrowing. The connection, partially established but unstable, will collapse entirely. The knowledge we preserve, knowledge lost to humanity through war, disaster, and deliberate destruction over millennia, will once again become inaccessible to your kind. The window of opportunity comes rarely, once every 7 generations. If missed, the alignment will not recur for another cycle. 7 generations, roughly 200 years, if Elliot's quick mental calculation was correct. A long time to wait if this opportunity was indeed as significant as the entity suggested. And what would completing the ritual involve? What would it require of me? Your presence. Your consent. Your focused intention as bloodline heir to the one who began the process. The final phase must be performed at the dark of the moon, tonight, using all 7 vessels arranged in the pattern described in the Cabrera manuscript. Tonight. The urgency suddenly became clear. If these entities were to be believed, the opportunity to complete whatever Harlan had begun would expire with the coming dawn. I don't have all 7 volumes yet, Elliot said, remembering his incomplete search. I've only located 5. The obsidian mirror and the astral concordance are still missing. The concordance lies beneath the sleeping place of the previous heir. The mirror is concealed within the Watcher's wall, behind the Guardian's gaze. Cryptic directions, but not incomprehensible. The sleeping place must refer to Harlan's bed, where Elliot himself had slept the previous night. And the Watcher's wall, with the Guardian's gaze, perhaps a portrait or sculpture somewhere in the house. If I were to complete this ritual, Elliot said carefully, what exactly would happen? What would change? For the world at large, little would be immediately apparent. For you, as heir and anchor, much. You would gain access to knowledge long lost, perspectives beyond ordinary human perception, understanding of connections between phenomena that appear unrelated through conventional observation. The vessels would become fully activated, able to communicate more directly and consistently. Through them, you could consult the collected wisdom of countless minds across centuries of human experience, as well as insights from our realm that complement and extend human understanding. It sounded almost too good to be true, a direct line to accumulated knowledge beyond what was preserved in conventional historical records or academic traditions. But Eliot had been in the rare book world long enough to know that extraordinary claims required extraordinary evidence, and that even apparently benevolent offers could conceal unexpected costs. And what would this connection require from me in return? What's the price? The writing paused again, longer this time, before resuming. Commitment. Attention. Regular communion with the vessels to maintain the connection. You would become custodian as well as heir, responsible for protecting the vessels and the knowledge they contain, for using that knowledge wisely, for eventually passing it to a suitable successor. It is not a burden to be undertaken lightly, but neither is it a sentence of isolation or sacrifice. Your ancestor understood this. He chose you as his heir not merely because of blood relation, but because he recognized in you the necessary qualities, intelligence, integrity, and the balanced skepticism that neither rejects the unusual outright nor accepts it without question. The assessment was flattering, but Eliot remained cautious. I need time to consider this. To research more thoroughly what's involved. Time is the one thing we cannot offer in abundance. The window closes with dawn. The partial connection will collapse. The opportunity will be lost until the next alignment. The writing stopped, the page now filled with the strange conversation. Eliot stared at it, mind racing with implications and questions. He was being asked to commit to something profound based on very limited information and understanding, to take a leap of faith that went against his training as a scholar and conservator, where careful research and methodical analysis preceded any significant decision. Yet he could not deny the evidence before him. The book had responded to his questions, had conveyed information he had no other way of knowing. The whispers he had heard were real, not imagined. Something genuinely unusual was happening in the library of Ravenswood House, something connected to these 7 special volumes that his great-uncle had spent decades collecting and studying. And if there was even a chance that the entity's claims were true, that knowledge lost to humanity could be recovered, that understanding beyond conventional perception could be gained, wasn't that worth at least investigating the possibility of completing the ritual? Eliot closed the Nightingale poems carefully and set it aside. He had 2 more volumes to locate before he could make any decision about proceeding with the integration ritual. Finding them would give him time to think, to weigh the extraordinary claims against his natural caution. The concordance lies beneath the sleeping place of the previous heir. That seemed straightforward enough. He would need to examine the bed more carefully, looking for a hidden compartment or storage space beneath it. The mirror is concealed within the watcher's wall, behind the guardian's gaze. This was more cryptic, but Eliot had noticed several portraits in the entrance hall and along the upstairs corridor. Perhaps one of these was the guardian, whose gaze concealed the location of the final volume. With a plan of action in mind, Eliot left the library, closing the doors behind him. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall showed it was just past 1 in the morning. He had spent longer in conversation with the book than he had realized. If the entities were correct about the window closing at dawn, he had perhaps 5 hours to locate the remaining volumes, study the ritual described in the Cabrera manuscript, and decide whether to proceed with completing what Harlan had begun. As he climbed the stairs toward the bedroom, Eliot felt a strange mixture of excitement and apprehension. He was venturing into territory far beyond his previous experience, engaging with phenomena that challenged his understanding of reality. Yet he also felt a growing sense of purpose, as if the path before him, however unusual, was one he was somehow meant to follow. The heir has come, the books had written. And now, climbing the stairs in the silent house, Eliot began to accept that this inheritance involved far more than property and possessions. He was being offered a responsibility, a role, a connection to something that extended beyond ordinary understanding. The bedroom was exactly as he had left it earlier, moonlight now streaming through the gap in the curtains to cast silver patterns across the floor. Elliot approached the four-poster bed, examining it with new purpose. Beneath the sleeping place could be interpreted literally, something under the mattress or bed frame, or perhaps more figuratively, referring to a hiding place in the floor beneath where the bed stood. He began with the most direct approach, getting down on his hands and knees to look under the bed. The space beneath was clean and empty except for a small wooden chest pushed against the wall, almost invisible in the shadows. Elliot reached for it, pulling it carefully into the light. The chest was plain but well made, secured with a simple latch rather than a lock. When Elliot opened it, he found exactly what he was seeking, the astral concordance, its leather binding cracked with age but still intact, its pages filled with astronomical charts and tables interspersed with dense handwritten notes in faded brown ink. As he lifted the book from the chest, Elliot felt the same subtle vibration he had experienced with the Nightingale poems, a gentle humming that seemed to resonate through his hands and into his chest. The book felt alive in some indefinable way, responsive to his touch and presence. 6 found, 1 to go. The obsidian mirror remained hidden within the watcher's wall, behind the guardian's gaze. With the concordance carefully tucked under his arm, Elliot left the bedroom to search for this final, most elusive volume. The upstairs hallway was lined with portraits, serious-faced men and women from different eras, presumably ancestors or notable figures connected to the Parker family. Elliot examined each one carefully, looking for any that might qualify as a guardian or that concealed some kind of hidden compartment in the wall behind. None of the portraits yielded any clues. After completing his examination of the upstairs hallway, Elliot descended to the entrance hall to continue his search among the paintings displayed there. The grandfather clock ticked steadily, marking the passage of time, a reminder that the window mentioned by the books would close with the coming dawn. In the entrance hall, more portraits hung between the tall windows, more Parker ancestors, Elliot assumed, though none were labeled with names or dates. He studied each one methodically, looking for any that seemed to fit the description of a guardian, or that had eyes that seemed to follow the viewer in that uncanny way some paintings do. Then his gaze fell on the grandfather clock itself, and understanding dawned. The clock was the watcher, marking time with mechanical precision, its face like a vigilant eye observing the passage of hours and minutes. And the guardian's gaze would be the clock face itself, with its painted moon phases and astronomical symbols around the outer edge. Elliot approached the clock, examining it more carefully than he had during his initial cursory winding of the mechanism. The case was beautifully carved, with decorative elements that might conceal a hidden compartment or panel. He ran his fingers along the edges and carvings, pressing gently at different points, seeking any sign of a secret space. Just as he was beginning to doubt his interpretation, his fingers found a small, almost imperceptible catch hidden within a carved leaf design at eye level on the right side of the case. When pressed, it released a panel in the side of the clock case that swung open silently, revealing a narrow compartment. Inside, wrapped in black velvet, lay an object that could only be the obsidian mirror, not a conventional book but a flat, rectangular case bound in leather, containing, as Harlan's notes had described, a series of polished obsidian plates etched with text in an unknown script. The black stone gleamed in the dim light, the etched symbols seeming to shift and move when viewed from different angles. Of all the volumes Elliot had discovered so far, this one felt the most unsettling, not threatening exactly, but potent in a way that commanded respect and caution. The vibration he had felt from the other books was stronger here, almost like a low electrical current running through the obsidian plates and into his hands as he carefully removed the object from its hiding place. With the obsidian mirror secured, Elliot now possessed all 7 volumes of the Whisper Codex. According to the book's communication, he had until dawn to decide whether to complete the integration ritual Harlan had begun, to establish a permanent connection between the human world and whatever realm or dimension these entities inhabited. The responsible course would be to research further, to consult experts like Professor Armitage mentioned in Harlan's correspondence, to approach this extraordinary situation with the caution and skepticism it warranted. But time was against him if the book's claims about the closing window were true. By the time he could consult others, the opportunity would be lost for another 7 generations. Eliot returned to the library, carrying the Astral Concordance and the Obsidian Mirror, to join the 5 volumes he had located earlier. He placed all 7 on the desk, arranging them in a rough circle as he considered his next steps. First, he needed to understand exactly what the integration ritual entailed. The books had mentioned that the procedure was described in the Cabrera manuscript, the 16th-century Portuguese text on alchemical processes. Eliot located this volume among the 7 and carefully opened it, searching for information about the ritual. The relevant section was not difficult to find. The book seemed almost to open itself to the correct pages, as if responding to his intention. The ritual was described in detailed but archaic Portuguese, with accompanying diagrams showing the precise arrangement of the 7 volumes, the words to be spoken, and the sequence of actions to be performed. Eliot's Portuguese was rudimentary at best, but strangely, as he studied the text, understanding seemed to flow into his mind more easily than it should have, as if the book itself were somehow assisting in the translation, clarifying concepts and instructions that would otherwise have been impenetrable. The ritual itself appeared relatively straightforward. The 7 volumes were to be arranged in a specific pattern on a flat surface, a heptagram, or 7-pointed star, with each book at one point. The ritual conductor, the heir and anchor, as the text described the role, would need to stand at the center of this arrangement and recite a series of phrases in several ancient languages, activating each volume in turn before speaking the final invocation that would complete the integration. According to the manuscript, the ritual would establish a stable connection between the human world and what it called the realm of pure knowledge, a dimension or state of existence where information and understanding existed independently of physical media or individual minds. The 7 volumes served as anchors or conduits for this connection, with the ritual conductor, in this case, Eliot, serving as the primary interface between the 2 realms. Crucially, the text emphasized that the ritual required full, informed consent from the conductor. The binding is voluntary, it stated, for knowledge sought without willing acceptance cannot be truly integrated. This at least suggested that Eliot wasn't being manipulated or coerced into a decision against his will. Whatever entities existed beyond the books seemed to operate according to certain ethical principles regarding human agency and choice. The manuscript also confirmed what the books had communicated earlier. The ritual itself posed no inherent physical danger to the conductor, though it did require significant mental focus and energy. Harlan's death appeared to have been an unfortunate coincidence of timing rather than a direct result of the ritual itself. As Eliot studied the ritual instructions, the whispers in the library grew stronger, more insistent, not interfering with his concentration but creating a background murmur that conveyed a sense of anticipation and urgency. The books were aware of what he was considering, and they were eager for him to proceed. But should he? That was the question that kept circling in his mind as he reviewed the manuscript's instructions. Was he prepared to take on the responsibility described, to become not just the heir to Harlan's property but the heir and anchor to this connection between worlds? To commit himself to maintaining and protecting these volumes, to using the knowledge they offered wisely, to eventually identifying and preparing a successor to continue the work. It was a momentous decision to make on such limited information and with such restricted time for consideration. Yet Eliot also recognized that extraordinary opportunities often came with exactly these constraints, moments of decision where complete information was impossible and certainty unattainable. What finally tipped the balance for him was not the book's urgency or the closing window of opportunity, but his reflection on Harlan Parker himself. His great-uncle had been a serious scholar, methodical and thorough in his research, not given to flights of fancy or self-delusion. He had spent decades studying these volumes, understanding their nature and significance, before attempting the integration ritual. And he had specifically chosen Eliot as his heir, apparently recognizing in his great-nephew qualities that would make him suitable for this unusual responsibility. If Harlan had deemed this connection worthy of establishment, after years of careful study and consideration, perhaps Eliot owed it to his great-uncle's memory, and to the potential value of the knowledge offered, to at least attempt to complete what Harlan had begun. Decision made, Eliot began preparing for the ritual. Following the manuscript's instructions, he cleared the large desk in the center of the library, creating a clean, flat surface for the arrangement of the 7 volumes. He positioned each book precisely according to the diagram, forming a perfect heptagram with the Illuminator's Testament at the northernmost point and the others arranged clockwise in a specific sequence culminating with the Obsidian Mirror at the northwestern point. The manuscript indicated that certain preparations of the ritual conductor were also required, a clearing of the mind through brief meditation, the speaking of preliminary invocations to establish receptivity, and most importantly, a final moment of conscious, verbal consent to the establishment of the connection. As Eliot completed these preparations, the atmosphere in the library changed perceptibly. The air seemed to thicken, to take on an almost electric quality, while the whispers from the books grew momentarily silent, as if holding their breath in anticipation. The light from the lamps appeared to dim slightly, while the 7 volumes began to emit a subtle glow of their own, not bright enough to illuminate the room, but clearly visible in the reduced light. Standing at the center of the heptagram, surrounded by the 7 volumes of the Whisper Codex, Eliot felt a profound sense of being at a threshold, a point of transition between his old understanding of reality and something new and vastly more complex. Fear mingled with excitement, caution with curiosity, as he prepared to speak the words that would begin the ritual in earnest. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall began to strike 3, the hour when, according to folklore, the veil between worlds was thinnest. It seemed an auspicious moment to begin. Eliot spoke the first invocation, addressing the Illuminator's Testament, in Latin as the manuscript instructed. The medieval volume's glow intensified, and Eliot felt a subtle shift in his perception, as if a door had opened slightly in his mind, allowing something new to enter. He continued around the heptagram, addressing each volume in turn with the prescribed invocations, Greek for the Cabrera manuscript, Middle English for the Nightingale poems, and so on. With each invocation, the corresponding book's glow strengthened, and that sense of opening, of expanded awareness, grew more pronounced. Finally, he addressed the Obsidian Mirror, in what the manuscript identified as the first tongue, sounds that were not quite language as Eliot understood it, but which formed in his mouth and emerged as if he had been speaking them all his life. The obsidian plates began to shine with an inner light that seemed to absorb rather than emit illumination, creating a strange visual effect like a hole in reality. With all 7 volumes activated, Eliot spoke the final invocation, a complex phrase that combined elements from all the previous languages into a seamless whole. As the last syllable left his lips, the light from the 7 volumes suddenly intensified dramatically, beams connecting each book to the others to form a glowing heptagram that encircled Eliot where he stood. The sensation that followed defied easy description. It was not painful, but it was overwhelming, like suddenly being able to hear after a lifetime of deafness, or see after a lifetime of blindness. Information, understanding, perspectives poured into Eliot's mind, not as discrete facts or images but as a unified field of knowledge that expanded his awareness in all directions simultaneously. He perceived the library not just as a physical space containing books, but as a nexus of information connections spanning centuries, each volume a node in a vast network that extended far beyond the walls of Ravenswood House. He sensed the presence of the entities that had communicated through the Nightingale poems, not as distinct individuals but as a collective consciousness that existed in a dimension adjacent to but different from physical reality. Most remarkably, he perceived time itself differently, not as a linear progression from past to future, but as a complex, multidimensional tapestry where certain points connected to others in ways that transcended conventional chronology. He understood suddenly how knowledge could pass between widely separated time periods, how insights from the distant past could inform the present, how patterns invisible to normal perception could be recognized and utilized. The experience lasted only moments by conventional time. The grandfather clock had not even completed its third stroke, but in Eliot's subjective experience, it seemed to continue for hours or even days, as his mind struggled to integrate and process the expanded awareness being granted to him. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the intensity subsided. The glowing heptagram faded, though the 7 volumes retained a subtle luminescence. Eliot found himself still standing at the center of the arrangement, physically unchanged but mentally transformed in ways he was only beginning to comprehend. The whispers returned, but different now, clearer, more distinct, directly comprehensible without strain or uncertainty. The books were communicating not just with each other but with him, welcoming him as heir and anchor, explaining aspects of his new role, offering guidance on how to navigate the expanded awareness he had been granted. The connection is established, they told him. The window is secured. What was begun is now complete. Eliot's first coherent thought was to wonder about Harlan. Had his great-uncle experienced this same transformation before his untimely death interrupted the process? Had he understood the full implications of what he was attempting? In response to his unspoken question, images formed in Eliot's mind, Harlan standing where Eliot now stood, experiencing the initial expansion of awareness, beginning to understand the nature of the connection he was establishing. Then pain, clutching at his chest, the ritual interrupted at a critical juncture, the connection partially formed but unstable. Harlan's final thoughts focused on ensuring the books would pass to someone who could complete what he had begun. He chose well, the whispers assured Eliot. The bloodline connection was necessary but not sufficient. Character, intention, openness to understanding beyond conventional parameters, these were the qualities he recognized in you, qualities essential for the role of heir and anchor. Eliot gradually became aware that he had been standing motionless for some time, absorbed in communion with the books and the entities they connected him to. The grandfather clock had completed its 3 chimes and resumed its steady ticking. Outside, the night remained dark, though dawn was perhaps 2 hours away. He carefully stepped out of the heptagram, noting that the arrangement of books continued to emit a subtle glow. According to the information now flowing more freely into his mind, this configuration should be maintained for at least the first day of the established connection, allowing the energetic patterns to stabilize fully before the volumes were returned to their places on the shelves. Eliot felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated, his mind buzzing with new awareness while his body reminded him that he had been awake far longer than usual and had undergone an experience that, while not physically taxing in the conventional sense, had demanded significant energy of other kinds. He made his way to one of the reading chairs and sank into it, trying to process even a fraction of what had just occurred. The ritual had worked, the connection was established, the integration complete. He was now the heir and anchor to a source of knowledge that transcended ordinary human understanding, a responsibility both thrilling and daunting in its implications. Questions tumbled through his mind. How would this new awareness affect his daily life? What were the practical applications of the knowledge now accessible to him? What responsibilities came with this role, and how would he balance them with his existing commitments and relationships? The whispers responded, not with direct answers but with impressions and understandings that helped contextualize his questions. The connection did not demand constant attention or maintenance. It would continue to function even when he was engaged in ordinary activities or distant from the physical volumes. Regular communion with the books would strengthen the connection and expand his access to the knowledge they offered, but this could be integrated into a normal life rhythm rather than requiring monastic devotion. As for practical applications, the possibilities were vast but would unfold gradually as he learned to navigate his expanded awareness. The knowledge accessible through the connection was not primarily technological or material in nature, not formulas for advanced weapons or get-rich-quick financial insights, but rather understanding of patterns, relationships, and principles that underlay physical and social phenomena. This knowledge could inform decisions, guide research, illuminate connections between apparently disparate fields, but it would complement rather than replace conventional learning and discovery. The responsibilities were real but not overwhelming. As heir and anchor, Eliot was tasked with protecting the physical volumes, maintaining the connection through regular communion, using the knowledge gained ethically and wisely, and eventually identifying and preparing a successor to continue the work. But these responsibilities came with support, guidance from the entities beyond the connection, enhanced understanding that would help him navigate complexities, and a gradually expanding awareness of his own capabilities and limitations. As dawn approached, Eliot found himself dozing in the chair, the mental exertion of the night finally catching up with him. The whispers from the books grew softer, more soothing, encouraging him to rest, assuring him that the connection was stable and would remain so while he slept. His last conscious thought before drifting into sleep was that his life had been fundamentally altered in ways he was only beginning to comprehend. The inheritance of Ravenswood House and its remarkable library was far more than a transfer of property, it was an initiation into a role and responsibility that connected him to knowledge beyond ordinary perception, to understanding that transcended conventional boundaries of time and space. The heir had come, and the circle was complete. What would follow remained to be discovered, one day and one insight at a time. Part 3, Integration. Eliot woke to sunlight streaming through the library windows, momentarily disoriented by his surroundings until memory reasserted itself. He had fallen asleep in the reading chair after completing the integration ritual, exhausted by the mental and emotional demands of the experience. The 7 volumes of the Whisper Codex remained arranged in their heptagram on the desk, no longer glowing visibly but still emanating a subtle energy that Eliot could now perceive with his enhanced awareness. The whispers had subsided to a gentle murmur, like distant conversation just below the threshold of clear hearing, present but not intrusive. He checked his watch, nearly 10 in the morning. He had slept for about 6 hours, yet felt remarkably refreshed despite the unconventional sleeping arrangement. His mind was clear, alert, processing information with an efficiency that seemed new and yet somehow natural, as if a capacity that had always been present had finally been activated. Rising from the chair, Eliot stretched muscles stiff from the night's unusual posture. His stomach reminded him that he hadn't eaten since dinner the previous evening, and ordinary physical needs reasserted themselves despite the extraordinary experiences of the night. As he moved toward the library doors, intending to find breakfast in the kitchen, he became aware of a subtle shift in his perception. The library was the same physical space he had explored the previous day, yet he now perceived additional dimensions to it, layers of history, emotional resonance from previous occupants, connections to other spaces and times that existed alongside its material reality. It wasn't that he was seeing ghosts or experiencing hallucinations. Rather, his awareness had expanded to include aspects of reality that had always been present but previously filtered out by his conventional perception. The effect was not overwhelming or disorienting as it had been during the ritual itself, but integrated into his normal sensory experience, an enhancement rather than a replacement. In the entrance hall, the grandfather clock ticked steadily, but Eliot now perceived it as more than just a timepiece. He sensed its history, the hands that had crafted it, the generations that had wound it, its role as guardian of, the obsidian mirror, and timekeeper for the household. These impressions came not as distinct facts or images but as a holistic understanding that complemented his ordinary perception. The kitchen, when he reached it, seemed the most conventionally normal space in the house, perhaps because of its relatively recent renovation and its focus on practical, material functions. Here, Elliot found evidence of Walter's morning visit, fresh coffee in the carafe, another basket of muffins, and a note. Saw your car was still here, so assumed you stayed the night. Help yourself to breakfast. I'll be working in the north garden most of the day. Walter. The mundane normality of coffee and muffins was almost comically at odds with the profound transformation Elliot had undergone, yet he found himself grateful for these ordinary comforts. The ritual might have expanded his awareness beyond conventional parameters, but he remained fundamentally human, with human needs and appetites. As he ate, Elliot contemplated how to approach Walter about the events of the night. The caretaker clearly knew more about the unusual properties of the books than he had initially revealed, but Elliot was uncertain how much to share about the ritual and its effects. Would Walter even believe him? Or would he assume that Elliot had succumbed to the same delusions he might have attributed to Harlan? Before he could resolve this question, a knock at the kitchen door announced Walter himself, garden tools in hand and a concerned expression on his weathered face. "Morning," the caretaker said, stepping inside. "Just wanted to check that everything was all right. Your light was on in the library all night from what I could see from my cottage." "Everything's fine," Elliot assured him, deciding on a direct approach. "I found all 7 volumes and completed the integration ritual Harlan had begun." Walter's expression shifted from concern to astonishment, then to a complex mixture of emotions too subtle to easily name. "You completed it? The ritual actually worked?" "It did," Elliot confirmed. "The connection is established. The books communicate much more clearly now, and my perception has been expanded in ways I'm still trying to fully understand." The caretaker set down his tools and sank into a chair opposite Elliot, studying him with new intensity. "You look the same," he said finally. "I half expected. I don't know what I expected." Harlan always spoke of the ritual as something transformative. It was transformative, Elliot agreed. But not physically. It's more a change in awareness, in understanding. I perceive things differently now, connections and patterns that weren't visible to me before. Walter nodded slowly, seeming to accept this explanation. Harlan would be pleased. He was so concerned about finding the right heir, someone who could complete what he had begun. That's why he left everything to you specifically, even though there were closer relatives. "The books told me as much," Elliot said. "They showed me his final moments, his concern that the connection would be lost if not completed by someone suitable." "And you're not frightened by all this? By what's happened to you?" Elliot considered the question carefully. "Not frightened, no. Overwhelmed at times, certainly. Aware that I've taken on a responsibility I don't fully comprehend yet. But there's no sense of threat or danger from the connection itself, more a feeling of having access to a resource of enormous value and complexity." Walter seemed relieved by this assessment. "That matches what Harlan described in his more lucid moments. He always said the entities beyond the books weren't malevolent or manipulative, just profoundly different in their perception and priorities." "That's an accurate description," Elliot agreed. "They exist in what they call the realm of pure knowledge, a dimension or state where information and understanding exist independently of physical media or individual minds. The 7 volumes serve as conduits or anchors for communication between that realm and ours." "And what happens now?" Walter asked. "With you, with the books, with Ravenswood House?" It was the practical question Elliot himself had been considering since waking. "For the immediate future, I'll need to stay here, to learn more about the connection, to understand my role as heir and anchor more fully. I've already requested extended leave from my position at the Morgan Library. And longer term? That's less clear, Eliot admitted. The books suggest that physical proximity to the volumes is beneficial but not absolutely necessary for maintaining the connection. I could potentially return to New York eventually, visiting regularly to strengthen the bond. But I'm also considering a more significant life change, perhaps relocating permanently, finding work that would allow me to remain closer to Ravenswood House. Walter nodded, seeming unsurprised by this direction of thought. Harlan always said the books have a way of arranging circumstances to serve their purposes, or rather, to serve the purpose of maintaining the connection. Not in any manipulative sense, but through subtle influences on decisions and opportunities. That aligns with what I'm experiencing, Eliot agreed. There's a sense of rightness to certain paths forward, as if they're illuminated more brightly in my perception. They continued discussing practical arrangements, Walter's continued role as caretaker, the maintenance needs of the house and grounds, the legal and financial aspects of Eliot's inheritance. Throughout the conversation, Eliot was struck by the caretaker's matter-of-fact acceptance of the extraordinary situation. Whether from long exposure to Harlan's research or from his own direct experiences with the unusual properties of the books, Walter seemed to have developed a worldview that could accommodate phenomena well outside conventional understanding. After Walter returned to his gardening duties, Eliot made his way back to the library. The 7 volumes remained in their heptagram arrangement on the desk, waiting for his return. As he entered, the whispers intensified slightly, acknowledging his presence, ready to continue the communion that had begun with the integration ritual. Over the days that followed, Eliot established a new rhythm to his life at Ravenswood House. Mornings were typically spent in the library, communing with the books, exploring the expanded awareness the connection had granted him. He discovered that by focusing his attention on specific questions or areas of interest, relevant knowledge would become more accessible, not delivered as discrete facts or images, but as holistic understanding that emerged gradually into his consciousness. Afternoons were often devoted to more conventional research, studying Harlan's notes and correspondence, organizing and cataloging the broader collection beyond the 7 special volumes, occasionally driving into town to use the internet at the local library. Ravenswood House, for all its wonders, lacked modern connectivity, something Eliot made a mental note to remedy. One particularly significant discovery came from Harlan's correspondence with Professor Armitage at Miskatonic University. Following up on the letter he had found earlier, Eliot located additional exchanges that provided crucial context for understanding the Whisper Codex and its history. According to Armitage's research, the 7 volumes had originally been created as a unified work during the height of the Library of Alexandria, the product of a scholarly collective that had discovered or developed techniques for accessing knowledge beyond ordinary human perception. When the library faced destruction, the unified work was deliberately separated into 7 volumes, each entrusted to a different guardian who fled to a different part of the known world. Over centuries, the volumes had passed through many hands, sometimes recognized for their unusual properties, sometimes valued merely as antiquarian curiosities. They had been copied, translated, rebound, their external forms changing while the essential connection they maintained remained intact. Occasionally, 2 or more volumes had been reunited temporarily, creating localized phenomena similar to what Eliot now experienced more fully through the complete integration. Harlan Parker had begun tracking the scattered volumes in the 1970s, following obscure references in esoteric texts and rare book auction catalogs. His first acquisition had been The Illuminator's Testament, in 1978, purchased from a monastery library in northern Spain that was selling portions of its collection to fund repairs. The others had followed over decades of patient searching, with The Astral Concordance, the final volume needed to complete the set, acquired just months before his death. This historical context helped Eliot understand the significance of what he had inherited, not just 7 unusual books, but the culmination of a centuries-long process of preservation and reunification, the restoration of a connection that had been deliberately fragmented to protect it from destruction. Evenings at Ravenswood House were often spent in quiet reflection, sometimes with Walter joining him for dinner and conversation. The caretaker proved to be a valuable sounding board as Eliot processed his experiences, offering the perspective of someone who had observed Harlan's similar journey from the outside. He changed over the years, Walter recalled during one such evening discussion. Not in any dramatic way, but gradually becoming more. I don't know if perceptive is the right word. More aware of connections between things, patterns that weren't obvious to others. He'd make these intuitive leaps that seemed almost supernatural, connecting disparate pieces of information into insights that later proved accurate. That matches what I'm experiencing, Eliot confirmed. It's not like having access to a supernatural database of facts. It's more like perceiving relationships, patterns, connections that were always there but filtered out by conventional awareness. Did it make him happier? Walter asked, the question clearly important to him. All this expanded awareness, this connection to knowledge beyond ordinary understanding, did it bring him peace or satisfaction? Eliot considered this thoughtfully. From what I can gather through the connection itself, the impressions of Harlan that remain accessible, yes, I believe it did. Not in any simple or superficial sense, but as a deep fulfillment of his scholarly purpose. He felt he was contributing to something profoundly important, the preservation and transmission of knowledge that might otherwise be lost forever. Walter nodded, seemingly reassured. That's good to hear. He was a solitary man by nature, but I sometimes worried that his isolation was a burden rather than a choice. The connection doesn't demand isolation, Eliot said, articulating something he had come to understand more clearly over the past days. That's a misconception I think even Harlan may have held initially. The role of air and anchor is compatible with normal human relationships and engagement with the world. In fact, the entities beyond the book seem to value the perspective that comes from such engagement. It helps ground the abstract knowledge they preserve in practical human experience. This realization had been gradually forming in Eliot's mind as he explored the nature of the connection more fully. Unlike some esoteric traditions that demanded withdrawal from ordinary life, the Whisper Codex seemed designed to enhance engagement with the world rather than replace it. The knowledge it offered was meant to inform human decisions and actions, not to substitute for them. As the first week of his new awareness drew to a close, Eliot received an unexpected phone call from Professor Armitage himself. Walter brought the cordless house phone to the library, explaining that the professor had called the main house line asking for him. Mr. Parker. Edward Armitage here, from Miskatonic University. I hope I'm not intruding. The voice on the phone was elderly but clear and precise, carrying the measured cadence of a long-time academic. Not at all, Professor. I was hoping to contact you myself. I've been reading through my great-uncle's correspondence with you regarding the Whisper Codex. There was a momentary silence on the line. Then you found his collection. The 7 volumes. I have, Eliot confirmed. And I've completed the integration ritual that Harlan began before his death. Another silence, longer this time. I see. The professor's tone had shifted, becoming more cautious, more intent. And the effects of this integration? Are you, well? I'm fine, Eliot assured him. The experience was overwhelming initially, but not harmful. My awareness has been expanded in ways I'm still learning to navigate, but the overall effect has been positive. Fascinating, Armitage murmured, sounding genuinely intrigued. Harlan believed the integration would establish a stable connection to what he called the realm of pure knowledge. Has that proven accurate in your experience? It has, Eliot said, choosing his words carefully. While he sensed no deception or ill intent from the professor, caution seemed appropriate when discussing such extraordinary matters with someone he knew only through Harlan's correspondence. The connection provides access to understanding beyond conventional perception, patterns, relationships, insights that wouldn't be accessible through ordinary means. Remarkable, Armitage said. Truly remarkable. I had hoped to visit Harlan to observe the effects of the ritual, but his untimely passing prevented that meeting. I wonder, would you be open to a similar visit? Purely for scholarly purposes, I assure you. My interest in the Whisper Codex has always been academic rather than practical. Eliot considered the request. On one hand, the opportunity to discuss his experiences with someone knowledgeable about the historical context of the Codex was appealing. On the other, caution was warranted when dealing with something as significant and potentially vulnerable as the connection. He focused his attention briefly on the question, allowing the enhanced awareness provided by the connection to inform his decision. No sense of danger or deception emerged from this consideration, rather, an impression of genuine scholarly interest and potential mutual benefit from the exchange of perspectives. I'd be open to a visit, Eliot said finally. When were you thinking of coming? Would next weekend be too soon? I could arrive Friday afternoon and stay through Sunday, if that's convenient. There's a small inn in Ravenwood where I've stayed during previous research trips to the area. They arranged the details of the visit, and Eliot found himself looking forward to the opportunity to discuss his experiences with someone who had studied the historical context of the Whisper Codex. While Walter had been a supportive presence, his understanding was primarily observational rather than scholarly. Armitage might offer insights that would help Eliot contextualize and integrate his new awareness more effectively. After ending the call, Eliot returned to his communion with the books, focusing specifically on questions about Armitage and his historical research into the Codex. The impressions that formed in response were reassuring. The professor appeared to be exactly what he claimed, a serious scholar with a long-standing interest in esoteric knowledge transmission systems, including but not limited to the Whisper Codex. His approach was academic rather than practical, focused on understanding the historical and theoretical aspects of such systems rather than activating or utilizing them directly. The week continued with further exploration and integration. Eliot began testing the practical applications of his enhanced awareness, discovering that it could inform decisions and insights across a wide range of domains. When reviewing Harlan's financial records, for instance, he found himself perceiving patterns in investment performance that suggested optimal approaches for managing the estate's resources. While examining the house's structural issues, Eliot found he could perceive weaknesses and stress points that would have been invisible through ordinary inspection, allowing him to prioritize repairs with remarkable precision. Even his approach to cataloging the broader library benefited from his enhanced perception, as he recognized connections between seemingly unrelated volumes that suggested more effective organizational principles. Yet the most profound effects were internal, a gradual transformation in how Eliot understood himself and his place in the world. The connection didn't erase his previous identity or superimpose an alien consciousness, but rather expanded his perspective in ways that allowed him to integrate aspects of himself that had previously seemed in conflict. As a book conservator, Eliot had always valued both the physical artifacts he worked with and the knowledge they contained, yet he had sometimes felt forced to prioritize one over the other. Preservation of the material object sometimes meant restricting access to the information it held. Now he perceived a more nuanced relationship between medium and message, container and content, that suggested approaches to conservation that could honor both aspects simultaneously. Similarly, his natural introversion and love of solitude had occasionally clashed with his recognition of the value of human connection and community. The expanded awareness granted by the connection allowed him to perceive these not as contradictory needs but as complementary aspects of a balanced existence: solitude for integration and reflection, community for grounding and perspective. By the time Friday arrived, bringing Professor Armitage's visit, Eliot felt more settled in his new role as heir and anchor. He had returned the 7 volumes to their places in the library, though he maintained regular communion with them, strengthening the connection and exploring its capabilities. The whispers continued, but they had become like background music, present but not intrusive, available for focused attention when needed but capable of receding when he was engaged in ordinary activities. Walter had helped prepare one of the guest bedrooms for Armitage, though the professor had confirmed he would be staying at the Ravenwood Inn as planned. Just being thorough, Walter had explained with a small smile. Harlan always said proper preparation prevents poor performance. Armitage arrived precisely at the agreed time, driving himself in a modest sedan that seemed at odds with Eliot's mental image of an elderly academic emeritus. The professor himself, however, matched expectations perfectly: tall, thin, with silver hair and penetrating gray eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, dressed in a tweed jacket with leather elbow patches that would have looked like an academic caricature on anyone else but somehow seemed entirely natural on him. "Mr. Parker," he greeted Eliot warmly, shaking hands on the porch. "Thank you for agreeing to this visit. I've been corresponding with your great-uncle for nearly 2 decades about his research, but this is only my 3rd opportunity to visit Ravenswood House in person." "Please, call me Eliot," he replied, leading the professor into the entrance hall. "I'm still getting used to being Mr. Parker in relation to this house." "Eliot it is, then. And I'm Edward, at least in informal settings." Armitage gazed around the entrance hall with appreciation. Harlan maintained the original character of the place beautifully. So many historic homes have been modernized to the point of losing their essential nature. "He seems to have valued authenticity in all things," Eliot observed, while still making practical concessions to modern comfort where necessary. An apt description of Harlan himself, Armitage agreed. Firmly rooted in traditional scholarly values while remaining open to insights that more conventional academics might dismiss. His gaze settled on the grandfather clock. "I see you've got it running. It was stopped the last time I visited." "It seemed wrong to leave it silent," Eliot said, remembering his impulse to wind the clock his first evening in the house, before he had known it concealed one of the 7 volumes. Before he had any inkling of what awaited him in Ravenswood House. Armitage nodded approvingly. Time should flow, not stagnate. Especially in a house with so much history. He turned to Eliot with keen interest. "Speaking of which, the library." The library had become even more impressive in the week since Eliot's arrival, as he had begun organizing and cataloging the broader collection beyond the 7 special volumes. Fresh flowers now stood on the desk and side tables, curtains were drawn back to admit natural light, filtered through UV protective film that Eliot had ordered immediately upon recognizing the collection's value, and the space had the lived-in feel of a working library rather than a museum display. Armitage moved through the room slowly, reverently, occasionally reaching out to touch a shelf or spine as if greeting old friends. "Magnificent," he breathed. "Simply magnificent. And the 7 volumes? They're here. Integrated into the collection now," Eliot confirmed. "But I can show you each one if you'd like." "Please. I've seen photographs and descriptions of most of them, but never all 7 together, and never after a successful integration ritual." Eliot led the professor around the library, pointing out each of the 7 volumes in turn. Armitage examined each with scholarly care, making notes in a small notebook but not touching the books directly unless Eliot indicated it was acceptable to do so. "And you can perceive their special properties?" Armitage asked as they completed the circuit, returning to the desk at the center of the room. I can, Eliot said. Though, perceive, might not be quite the right word. It's more that I'm aware of them in ways that extend beyond normal sensory input. Fascinating, the professor murmured, studying Eliot now with the same intensity he had brought to examining the books. And the effects of the integration ritual, would you be willing to describe them in detail? For my research, you understand. Harlan and I had discussed conducting careful documentation if his attempt was successful. Over the next several hours, Eliot and Armitage engaged in a detailed discussion of the connection and its effects. The professor asked insightful questions that helped Eliot articulate aspects of his experience he had struggled to define precisely, while offering historical and theoretical context that enriched Eliot's understanding of the Whisper Codex's place within broader traditions of esoteric knowledge transmission. The accounts you're describing align remarkably well with what limited documentation exists of previous partial integrations, Armitage noted as their conversation continued over dinner, which Walter had prepared before discreetly withdrawing to his cottage. The concept of accessing a realm of pure knowledge appears in various mystical traditions under different names, the Akashic records in Theosophy, the preserved tablet in Islamic tradition, the memory of nature in certain esoteric schools. You think they're all describing the same phenomenon? Eliot asked. Different perspectives on the same underlying reality, filtered through cultural and conceptual frameworks of their times, Armitage suggested. Like the proverbial blind men describing an elephant based on which part they happen to be touching. The professor's breadth of knowledge was impressive, spanning conventional academic disciplines and more esoteric fields with equal facility. Yet Eliot noted that despite his evident fascination with the subject, Armitage maintained a certain scholarly distance, analyzing and contextualizing rather than seeking to experience the phenomena directly. Have you ever considered attempting to establish a connection yourself? Eliot asked, and there was a natural pause in the conversation. Not necessarily with the Whisper Codex specifically, but through one of the other traditions you've studied? Armitage smiled slightly. A fair question. The answer is yes, I've considered it. What scholar of these matters wouldn't? But I've chosen to remain primarily an observer rather than a participant. He sipped his wine thoughtfully. Some of us are better suited to documenting and contextualizing these phenomena than experiencing them firsthand. I recognized long ago that my temperament and aptitudes lay in that direction. And Harlan was the opposite? Precisely. He had the particular combination of skepticism and openness that direct engagement requires, enough critical thinking to avoid self-delusion, enough receptivity to allow genuine contact with the unconventional. It's a rare balance, one I've observed in only a handful of individuals during my long career. He studied Eliot over the rim of his glass. Including, it would appear, yourself. The conversation continued late into the evening, ranging across topics from the historical provenance of specific volumes in the Whisper Codex to philosophical questions about the nature of knowledge itself. Throughout, Eliot found his enhanced awareness complementing the discussion, allowing him to perceive connections between concepts and recognize patterns in Armitage's extensive knowledge that might otherwise have escaped notice. By the time the professor departed for his room at the Ravenwood Inn, promising to return the following morning to continue their discussions, Eliot felt he had gained valuable perspective on his new role and its historical context. Armitage's scholarly approach provided a helpful framework for understanding experiences that might otherwise have remained too nebulous to fully integrate into his worldview. Alone in the library after Armitage's departure, Eliot opened himself to communion with the books once more. The whispers rose around him, responding to his unspoken questions and reflections on the day's conversations. The scholar serves his purpose, they seem to say, referring to Armitage. He preserves the external history, the context, the human understanding of what we represent. But you, anchor, serve a different purpose, maintaining the direct connection, experiencing rather than merely documenting. And what is the ultimate purpose of this connection? Eliot asked aloud. What am I meant to do with this awareness, this access to knowledge beyond ordinary perception? The response formed not in words but in understanding. The connection itself was the purpose, the maintenance of a link between human consciousness and the broader field of knowledge that existed independent of individual minds or physical records. This link had been established and broken many times throughout human history, in many forms and through many traditions. The Whisper Codex was one such form, neither the first nor the only, but valuable in its particular approach and structure. The practical applications would emerge naturally as Eliot continued to integrate this awareness into his life and work. The knowledge accessible through the connection would inform his decisions, enhance his perceptions, guide him toward actions and investigations that serve the broader purpose of preserving and transmitting understanding across the limitations of time and individual human experience. This explanation, while still abstract, satisfied something in Eliot, a need for purpose and direction that had been present but undefined since his arrival at Ravenswood House. He wasn't being asked to abandon his life or his professional identity, but to enhance them with this new dimension of awareness, to allow the connection to inform and enrich rather than replace his human perspective. The weekend with Professor Armitage proved both intellectually stimulating and practically informative. The professor shared his extensive knowledge of the historical context surrounding the Whisper Codex, while Eliot offered carefully measured insights from his direct experience with the connection. Together, they began developing a more comprehensive understanding of how the Codex related to other esoteric traditions and knowledge transmission systems throughout history. On Sunday afternoon, as Armitage prepared to return to Miskatonic University, he presented Eliot with a parting gift, a leather-bound journal filled with the professor's notes and observations from decades of research into the Whisper Codex and related phenomena. I've made copies of the essential material for my own archives, he explained, but it seems fitting that the originals should remain with the books themselves, with their anchor. Thank you, Eliot said, genuinely moved by the gesture. This will be invaluable for contextualizing my experiences. That's my hope, Armitage replied. And I hope you'll continue to share your insights as the connection develops. What you're experiencing directly, I can only approach theoretically. Our perspectives complement each other in potentially valuable ways. A scholarly collaboration across the boundary between direct experience and academic analysis, Eliot suggested. Precisely, Armitage smiled. With appropriate caution and discernment on both sides, of course. After the professor's departure, Eliot spent the remainder of the day reflecting on what he had learned and experienced since arriving at Ravenswood House. Just over a week had passed since he first set foot in the place, yet the transformation in his understanding of reality in his own role within it was profound. The inheritance that had initially seemed like an inconvenient disruption to his established life now appeared as a doorway to possibilities he could never have imagined. The question remaining was how to integrate these possibilities into a sustainable and meaningful future. That evening, as dusk gathered outside the library windows, Eliot made a decision that had been forming gradually in his mind throughout the week. He would not return to his position at the Morgan Library, at least, not on the same terms as before. Instead, he would request a more flexible arrangement that would allow him to split his time between New York and Ravenswood House, perhaps consulting on special projects rather than maintaining regular hours. This would require significant adjustments to his lifestyle and financial arrangements, but the value of maintaining regular, direct connection with the Whisper Codex outweighed these practical considerations. And his enhanced awareness was already suggesting approaches to these challenges, investments that would prove particularly fruitful, professional opportunities that would accommodate his new circumstances, renovations to Ravenswood House that would make it more suitable for long-term habitation while preserving its essential character. With this decision made, Eliot felt a sense of alignment, as if disparate aspects of his life and purpose were falling into harmonious relationship with each other. The whispers from the book seemed to approve, the subtle background murmur taking on a quality that suggested satisfaction and support. The following weeks saw this new vision begin to materialize. Eliot's conversation with his director at the Morgan Library went surprisingly well. His request for a transition to consulting status was met with regret but understanding, particularly when he explained, in carefully measured terms, that his inheritance included a significant private collection requiring professional attention. Practical matters of residence and finance resolved themselves with unusual smoothness. A subletter for his New York apartment appeared almost immediately. Investments Eliot made based on patterns perceived through his enhanced awareness performed exceptionally well, and contractors for necessary renovations at Ravenswood House proved both available and reasonable in their pricing. Walter continued as caretaker, his quiet support and practical knowledge of the property proving invaluable as Eliot settled into his new role. They established a comfortable working relationship that respected both Walter's long service to the house and Eliot's new position as owner and heir. Harlan would be pleased, Walter remarked one evening as they reviewed plans for updating the house's electrical system without disturbing its historical character. He always hoped the house and collection would continue to be cared for by someone who understood their true value. "I'm beginning to understand it," Eliot agreed. "Though I suspect it's a process that never really ends." "Most worthwhile things are," Walter nodded. "Growth, learning, adaptation, they're ongoing processes, not destinations to be reached and checked off a list." This perspective, of growth and integration as continuous rather than finite, became central to Eliot's approach to his new circumstances. Each day brought new insights through his communion with the books, new applications of his expanded awareness, new understanding of the responsibility he had accepted as heir and anchor to the Whisper Codex. The whispers themselves became more individuated over time, as Eliot learned to distinguish between the different voices or sources connected through the 7 volumes. Each had its own character, its own domain of particular knowledge or perspective, the mathematical precision of the astral concordance differing notably from the metaphorical richness of the Nightingale poems, for instance, or the direct experiential knowledge of the cartographer's diary contrasting with the abstract theoretical frameworks of the glass bees. Together, they formed a kind of council or collective, with Eliot as both participant and mediator, the human element that grounded their non-physical awareness in practical reality and personal experience. This relationship wasn't one of control or dominance in either direction, but rather a collaborative exchange across the boundary between different modes of existence. As autumn deepened toward winter, Eliot found himself settling into a rhythm that balanced ordinary life with his extraordinary role. 3 days each week were dedicated to intensive communion with the books and exploration of the knowledge accessible through the connection. The remaining time was divided between practical matters of house management, professional consulting work he could conduct remotely, and gradual integration into the Ravenwood community. This last aspect had been unexpected. Eliot had always been somewhat reserved socially, more comfortable with books than people. Yet his expanded awareness seemed to enhance rather than diminish his capacity for human connection, allowing him to perceive subtleties in communication and relationship that had previously escaped him. The small town of Ravenwood, initially intimidating in its close-knit community where everyone seemed to know everyone else, gradually became a source of grounding in perspective. Eliot established routines: breakfast at the local diner on Tuesdays, volunteer hours at the small public library on Thursday afternoons, occasional dinners with Walter and his extended family who lived in neighboring communities. These ordinary human interactions provided essential balance to the extraordinary awareness he accessed through the connection. As the books themselves had indicated, the knowledge they offered was most valuable when informed by and applied to lived human experience, not isolated in abstract theoretical understanding. Professor Armitage visited again in early December, spending a full week at Ravenswood House this time. He brought additional historical materials he had uncovered in various archives, accounts of previous encounters with individual volumes of the Whisper Codex, references to similar phenomena in other esoteric traditions, theoretical frameworks for understanding the nature of the connection and its implications. During this extended visit, Eliot and Armitage established a more formal collaborative relationship, the professor documenting and contextualizing the historical and theoretical aspects of the Whisper Codex, while Eliot provided carefully curated insights from his direct experience with the connection. Together, they began drafting what might eventually become a scholarly work on knowledge transmission systems beyond conventional documentation. "We'll need to be judicious about what we publish and how we frame it," Armitage cautioned during one of their working sessions in the library. "The academic world has limited tolerance for material that challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of knowledge and its transmission." "Agreed," Eliot said. "And there are practical concerns about drawing too much attention to the Whisper Codex itself." Walter mentioned that Harlan had experienced at least one attempt to steal volumes from the collection. "Indeed. There have always been those who seek such knowledge for power rather than understanding. The connection you've established provides a certain degree of protection. The books are now less vulnerable to misuse by others than they were when scattered or partially integrated. But caution remains advisable. This theme of balance, between revelation and protection, between scholarly documentation and experiential knowledge, between engagement with the world and communion with the connection, became increasingly central to Eliot's understanding of his role as heir and anchor. By midwinter, as snow transformed the landscape around Ravenswood House into a monochromatic wonderland of white and gray, Eliot had established a life that would have been unimaginable to him just months earlier. The New York apartment was now sublet indefinitely, his possessions either in storage or relocated to Ravenswood House. His professional identity had shifted from institutional conservator to independent consultant and researcher, with projects carefully selected to align with his new priorities and responsibilities. Most significantly, his internal landscape had transformed, expanded and enriched by the connection, by direct access to knowledge and understanding beyond conventional parameters. Yet this transformation had not erased or replaced his humanity but rather enhanced it, providing context and perspective that made his ordinary experiences more meaningful rather than less. The whispers in the library continued, a constant background presence that rose or receded depending on Eliot's focus and intention. He had learned to integrate them into his awareness without becoming distracted or overwhelmed, to draw on the knowledge they offered when needed while maintaining his own perspective and agency. One snowy evening, as Eliot sat reading in the library with a fire crackling in the hearth and the whispers providing their usual gentle accompaniment, he realized how completely his initial fear and uncertainty had transformed into acceptance and appreciation. What had seemed bizarre and potentially threatening upon his arrival now felt natural, appropriate, even essential to his understanding of himself and his place in the world. The inheritance of Ravenswood House had been unexpected, the discovery of the Whisper Codex even more so. Yet both now seemed like inevitable developments in a path that had been unfolding long before he became consciously aware of it, a path that connected him to knowledge preserved across centuries, to understanding that transcended individual human lifespans, to responsibility that gave his life meaning beyond personal achievement or satisfaction. As heir to Harlan Parker's property, Eliot had received a house, a library, a collection of rare books. But as heir and anchor to the Whisper Codex, he had received something far more valuable, a role in maintaining humanity's connection to knowledge that might otherwise be lost, understanding that might otherwise remain inaccessible, wisdom accumulated across generations that might otherwise fade into obscurity. The whispers rose slightly, as if responding to his reflections. They no longer seemed eerie or unsettling but comforting, like the voices of old friends engaged in ongoing conversation about matters of mutual interest and importance. The books themselves, physical objects though they remained, had become more than mere containers of text. They were nexus points, thresholds between realms, collaborators in a project that spanned centuries and transcended ordinary limitations of time and space. Outside, snow continued to fall, wrapping Ravenswood House in a blanket of silence broken only by the occasional creaking of ancient timbers adjusting to the cold. Inside, warmth and light pushed back the winter darkness, creating a sanctuary where knowledge from beyond ordinary perception could find a home in human awareness once more. The air had become the anchor, the inheritance had become integration, and what had begun as a reluctant journey to settle an unexpected bequest had transformed into the most profound adventure of Elliot Parker's life, an adventure that would continue to unfold, one whispered insight at a time, for as long as the connection remained and knowledge sought its way into human understanding. Part 4, Expansion. Spring arrived at Ravenswood House with a gentle persistence that mirrored Elliot's own gradual transformation. The snow that had blanketed the property throughout winter gave way to tentative green shoots and early flowers, their vibrant colors a welcome change after months of monochromatic white. Inside, the house itself seemed to breathe more easily, timber and stone warming in the strengthening sunlight that streamed through newly cleaned windows. Elliot had used the winter months productively, establishing rhythms and routines that balanced his role as anchor with more conventional aspects of life and work. The integration that had begun with the ritual had deepened and stabilized, the connection becoming a natural extension of his awareness rather than an overwhelming addition to it. The whispers from the library continued, but they had become like the ticking of the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, a familiar background presence that registered in his consciousness without demanding constant attention. His professional life had undergone significant evolution as well. The flexible consulting arrangement with the Morgan Library had proven successful enough that similar opportunities arose with other institutions, museums, private collections, and academic libraries seeking his expertise in book conservation and rare manuscript assessment. His enhanced perception allowed him to bring unusual insight to these consultations, identifying subtle connections between apparently disparate works or recognizing signs of provenance and authenticity that might have escaped even experienced collectors. "It's almost unfair," he had commented to Walter during a particularly snowy February evening. "I'm developing a reputation for brilliance that's at least partly due to the connection rather than purely my own abilities. Is there really a clear distinction?" The caretaker had responded with his characteristic practical wisdom. "The connection works through your existing knowledge and skills, doesn't it? Enhances what's already there rather than replacing it with something entirely foreign." It was an insightful observation that helped Elliot reconcile his professional success with his unusual advantages. The connection didn't provide information ex nihilo, but rather revealed patterns and relationships within what he already knew or observed. His expertise as a conservator remained the foundation, the connection simply allowed him to perceive implications and connections within that expertise more clearly than before. Now, with winter's isolation giving way to spring's renewal, Elliot found himself contemplating the next phase of his journey as heir and anchor. The initial adjustment period was complete. He had established a functioning relationship with the Whisper Codex and integrated its effects into his daily life. But both his own scholarly inclinations and the subtle guidance he received through the connection suggested that mere maintenance was not enough. There were opportunities for growth, for expansion of understanding, that remained to be explored. These reflections were interrupted by the arrival of the mail, delivered by Walter, who had driven into town for supplies. Among the usual bills and correspondence was a thick envelope bearing the distinctive letterhead of Miskatonic University. Inside was a letter from Professor Armitage, along with several photocopied documents and a small, carefully wrapped package about the size of a deck of cards. "My dear Elliot, I trust this letter finds you well as spring returns to Ravenswood. My own winter has been productively spent in further research on matters related to our shared interests, some fruits of which I've enclosed for your consideration. The photocopies contain accounts I've recently uncovered of an encounter between a 17th-century scholar, one Heinrich Agrippa, not the more famous Cornelius, and what appears to have been the volume you know as the glass bees. His description of experience is remarkably similar to your own lends historical validation to the phenomenology of the connection, while offering intriguing hints about applications of the knowledge he accessed that he deemed too sensitive for explicit documentation. Of particular note is his reference to what he termed resonance points, physical locations where the connection manifested with unusual clarity or intensity. He identified several such locations across Europe, describing them as places where the veil between knowledge and perception grows thin, allowing insights to flow more freely between realms. This concept of spatial variation in the connection's intensity aligns with theoretical models I've been developing based on our discussions. It suggests that while the anchor, you, and the physical vessels, the 7 volumes, establish the fundamental connection, its strength and specific qualities may vary according to geographical and possibly temporal factors. Which brings me to the small package enclosed. It contains what I believe to be a navigational tool specifically designed to identify such resonance points, a device mentioned in Agrippa's journal but thought lost for centuries until its recent rediscovery in a private collection in Prague. When I saw it listed in an auction catalog, I immediately recognized its potential significance to your work and secured it on behalf of Miskatonic's Special Collections Division. However, given its likely connection to the Whisper Codex, it seems more appropriate that it should be in your custody, at least temporarily. I've arranged an indefinite loan, with the understanding that you'll document any findings resulting from its use for our joint research. The device appears deceptively simple, a small brass compass-like instrument whose needle supposedly responds not to magnetic north but to concentrations of what Agrippa called pure knowledge emanations. My initial tests suggest it remains functional despite its age, though I lack the particular sensitivity needed to interpret its readings accurately. You, however, with your established connection to the Codex, may find it responds more clearly to your handling. If Agrippa's accounts are accurate, it could guide you to locations where the knowledge accessible through your connection manifests with particular clarity or emphasis. I would be most interested in your findings should you choose to experiment with this device. Perhaps it might even provide direction for a summer research expedition, if your schedule and inclinations permit such an adventure. With highest regards, Edward Armitage, Professor Emeritus, Department of Comparative Mythology and Esoteric Studies, Miskatonic University. Eliot carefully unwrapped the small package to reveal exactly what Armitage had described, a device resembling an antique pocket compass, though with unusual markings around its face and a needle of what appeared to be gold rather than magnetized iron. The case was brass, patinated with age but beautifully crafted, with intricate engravings that reminded him of the astronomical symbols on the grandfather clock in the entrance hall. As soon as he touched it, Eliot felt a familiar vibration, similar to what he had experienced when first handling the volumes of the Whisper Codex, though milder in intensity. The device responded to his touch, the golden needle spinning rapidly before settling in a direction that had nothing to do with magnetic north. Instead, it pointed toward the library, specifically toward the section where the glass bees was shelved. Interesting, Eliot murmured, watching as the needle adjusted slightly when he moved the device, maintaining its focus on the book's location regardless of his position in the room. He carried the compass to the library, curious to see how it would behave in closer proximity to the 7 volumes. As he entered, the whispers intensified briefly in greeting, then settled back to their usual gentle murmur. The compass needle spun again, this time pointing directly at the glass bees when Eliot stood in the center of the room. When he removed the book from its shelf and placed it on the desk, the needle shifted, now pointing toward the Illuminator's Testament instead. It was as if the device recognized each volume individually, capable of distinguishing between them despite their shared connection to the same realm of knowledge. Eliot spent the remainder of the afternoon experimenting with the compass, documenting its responses to different positions within the house and in relation to each of the 7 volumes. When all 7 were arranged in a heptagram pattern used for the integration ritual, the needle spun continuously, unable to settle on a single direction, apparently overwhelmed by the concentrated resonance created by their specific arrangement. Most intriguingly, when Elliot took the compass outside, venturing into the extensive grounds surrounding Ravenswood House, the needle behaved in yet another fashion, pointing consistently toward a specific direction that led deeper into the wooded property, away from the house and the books it contained. Walter, returning from his trip to town, found Elliot standing at the edge of the garden, staring thoughtfully at the compass in his hand. "New acquisition?" the caretaker asked, approaching with interest. "A loan from Professor Armitage," Elliot explained. "It's apparently designed to locate what he calls resonance points, places where the connection manifests with particular clarity or intensity." "And it's pointing somewhere on the property?" Walter asked, peering at the steadily aimed needle. "It seems to be. Do you know what's in that direction?" Elliot gestured toward where the compass indicated, a section of woods beyond the formal gardens, an area he had not yet explored during his months at Ravenswood. Walter considered the direction. "There's an old structure out that way, stone circle, partly ruined now. Harlan called it the meditation pavilion, though I think it predates the house by quite a bit. He would spend time there occasionally, said it helped him think more clearly about certain problems. He never mentioned its significance in relation to his research on the Whisper Codex." "Not specifically, no. But given what you've told me about these resonance points, it makes a certain kind of sense. The location always did have an unusual quality to it, peaceful but somehow charged, if that makes any sense." It made perfect sense to Elliot, whose enhanced perception had become increasingly attuned to such qualities in the environment. "Would you show me the way? I'd like to see it for myself." Walter led him along a path that had once been formally maintained but had grown somewhat overgrown in recent years. It wound through woods that were just beginning to show the first pale green buds of spring, last year's fallen leaves still carpeting the ground beneath their feet. As they walked, Elliot found his perception shifting subtly, an increased clarity, a sense of alignment between internal and external awareness, as if moving into a zone where the usual static of everyday consciousness was reduced. After about 15 minutes of walking, they emerged into a small clearing where the remains of a stone structure stood in a roughly circular arrangement. 7 stone pillars, each about 7 feet tall, had originally formed a complete circle, though 2 had fallen and now lay partially embedded in the earth. In the center stood a stone table or altar, its surface worn smooth by centuries of weather but still bearing traces of carved symbols similar to those on the compass in Elliot's hand. The moment he entered the circle, Elliot felt the difference unmistakably. The connection, already an integrated aspect of his awareness, suddenly intensified, not overwhelming him as it had during the initial integration ritual, but focusing with remarkable clarity, like a radio signal becoming stronger and clearer as the receiver moves into optimal range. The whispers that normally required his presence in the library were audible here as well, despite the physical distance from the 7 volumes. More than audible, they were crystalline in their clarity, distinct and individuated in a way he had only experienced during his most focused communion sessions with the books. "Harlan was right," Walter said softly, observing Elliot's reaction. "Something special about this place." "Very special," Elliot agreed, moving toward the central altar stone. As he approached it, the compass in his hand vibrated more strongly, the needle spinning rapidly before pointing straight down, indicating that he was standing directly at the resonance point it had been leading him toward. Placing his free hand on the altar stone, Elliot closed his eyes and opened himself fully to the enhanced connection available in this location. Knowledge flowed into his awareness with extraordinary clarity, not random information, but specifically insights related to the nature of the resonance points themselves and their relationship to the Whisper Codex. He understood suddenly that the stone circle predated Ravenswood House by centuries, that it had been one of the factors that led the first Parker to select this location for the family estate. The arrangement of stones mirrored the heptagram pattern of the integration ritual, creating a physical manifestation of the same principles that govern the connection to the realm of pure knowledge. More significantly, he perceived that this was just one of several such resonance points scattered across the globe, a network of locations where the boundary between ordinary reality and the realm of pure knowledge was naturally thinner, where communication across that boundary occurred with greater ease and clarity. Each resonance point had its own particular qualities, its own flavor of connection, emphasizing different aspects of the knowledge accessible through the connection. This particular location, Eliot now understood, emphasized integration and synthesis, the ability to perceive relationships between apparently disparate elements, to recognize patterns that unify diverse phenomena. Other locations might emphasize different aspects, historical perspective, predictive insight, creative application, or other modes of knowledge and understanding. When he opened his eyes and shared these insights with Walter, the caretaker nodded slowly. "That matches what little Harlan told me about this place." He said it helped him see the whole picture when he was struggling with complex research problems. Said it was like stepping back far enough to see the entire landscape instead of just the tree immediately in front of you. An apt metaphor, Eliot agreed. And it suggests that Professor Armitage's proposal of a research expedition has merit. If other resonance points offer different aspects or emphases of the connection, visiting them could significantly expand my understanding of what's accessible through the Whisper Codex. They remained at the stone circle for another hour, Eliot experimenting with different positions within the arrangement and documenting the subtle variations in how the connection manifested at each point. The central altar provided the clearest, strongest connection, but each of the 7 pillars offered slightly different emphases or aspects, as if each was attuned to one of the 7 volumes specifically while still participating in the overall pattern. By the time they returned to the house, the spring afternoon was fading toward evening, shadows lengthening across the newly greening landscape. Eliot's mind was alive with possibilities sparked by the discovery of the resonance point and its implications for his ongoing exploration of the connection. That evening, he wrote a detailed response to Professor Armitage, describing his experiences with the compass and the stone circle, and expressing interest in the proposed expedition to investigate other resonance points. He also began preliminary research into the locations mentioned in Agrippa's account, cross-referencing them with other sources from Harlan's library to identify the most promising sites for investigation. The project quickly took shape as a scholarly expedition that would serve multiple purposes, documenting the resonance points for academic study, exploring their unique properties and contributions to the connection, and potentially identifying additional volumes or artifacts related to the Whisper Codex tradition that might have been scattered across Europe over the centuries. Professor Armitage responded enthusiastically to Eliot's proposal, offering both academic resources through Miskatonic University and practical assistance in planning the logistics of such an expedition. Together they developed an itinerary that would take them to 5 potential resonance points across Europe, in Portugal, France, Germany, the Czech Republic, and Greece, over the course of 6 weeks in late summer and early fall. As spring unfolded into early summer, Eliot divided his attention between preparations for the expedition, continued exploration of the connection through regular communion with the Whisper Codex, and the practical responsibilities of maintaining Ravenswood House and its grounds. Walter proved invaluable in this last area, his decades of experience with the property allowing Eliot to focus on other matters while ensuring that essential maintenance was not neglected. The relationship between Eliot and the caretaker had evolved from initial politeness to genuine friendship and collaboration. Walter's practical, grounded perspective provided a helpful counterbalance to the sometimes abstract insights Eliot gained through the connection, while his acceptance of the unusual phenomena associated with the Whisper Codex meant Eliot could speak openly about experiences that would have seemed outlandish to most people. Do you ever wish you could experience it directly? Elliot asked one evening as they sat on the porch, watching fireflies begin their nightly display over the garden. The connection, I mean. Walter considered the question thoughtfully. Sometimes, out of natural curiosity. But mostly, no. I'm content with my role as observer and helper. Always have been. He smiled slightly. Some are meant to access the knowledge directly, others to maintain the practical conditions that make that access possible. Neither role is more important than the other, just different. It was a perspective that resonated with what Elliot had come to understand through the connection itself, the value of diverse approaches and roles within any complex system, the way different functions could complement each other to create something greater than any individual contribution. This theme of complementary perspectives became increasingly central to Elliot's understanding as summer progressed. Through regular visits to the stone circle, where the connection's integrative aspect was emphasized, he developed a more nuanced appreciation of how different viewpoints and methodologies, scientific and intuitive, academic and experiential, traditional and innovative, could work together to create fuller understanding than any single approach could achieve alone. This insight informed both his ongoing collaboration with Professor Armitage and his preparations for the European expedition. Rather than seeing the journey as simply an opportunity to experience the connection in different locations, he began to conceptualize it as an integration of multiple modes of investigation, the academic research that would document the historical and cultural contexts of each resonance point, the direct experiential knowledge accessible through his role as anchor, and the practical, grounded observations that came from engaging with these locations as physical places with their own characteristics and qualities. By midsummer, the practical arrangements for the expedition were largely complete. Professor Armitage had secured modest funding from Miskatonic University's Special Collections Research Fund, supplemented by Elliot's personal resources, which had been significantly enhanced by judicious investments guided by insights from the connection. Walter had arranged for extended care of Ravenswood House and its grounds during Elliot's absence, ensuring that both the practical maintenance and the more specialized requirements of the Whisper Codex would be attended to. Most challenging had been determining how to maintain the connection during an extended absence from the physical volumes. After considerable communion with the books and experimentation with different approaches, Elliot discovered that the connection had become sufficiently established to remain active without daily proximity to all 7 volumes. However, to maintain optimal clarity and access, he would need to bring at least one of the 7 with him on the journey. After careful consideration, he selected The Nightingale Poems as his traveling companion, the volume that had first communicated with him directly through written text, and one of the most portable of the 7 due to its relatively small size and sturdy binding. The book seemed pleased with this selection, the whispers taking on a quality of anticipation when Elliot explained his plan. A week before the scheduled departure for Europe, Elliot made one final visit to the Stone Circle, seeking any additional insights or guidance that might be relevant to the journey ahead. The clearing was transformed from his first visit, now lush with summer growth, wildflowers blooming between the ancient stones, birds and insects creating a gentle symphony of sound that complemented rather than disturbed the special quiet of the place. As he sat on the central altar stone, opening himself to the enhanced connection available there, Elliot found his awareness expanding to encompass not just the immediate location but the broader network of resonance points he would soon be visiting. He perceived them not as isolated locations but as nodes in a complex web that spanned continents and centuries, each with its own unique qualities and contributions to the overall pattern, yet all connected to the same fundamental source of knowledge beyond ordinary perception. This expanded awareness also brought clearer understanding of his own role within this network. As anchor, he was not merely a passive recipient of knowledge from beyond, but an active participant in a dynamic exchange. His human perspective and experience were valued by the entities beyond the connection precisely because they differed from non-human awareness. The integration being sought was not the subordination of human understanding to some higher knowledge, but a mutual enrichment through which both realms could evolve and develop. With this insight came a renewed sense of purpose and anticipation for the journey ahead. The European expedition would not simply be an investigation of historical sites or an academic documentation project, but a significant step in the ongoing evolution of the connection itself, an opportunity to expand and enrich both his own understanding and the broader relationship between human consciousness and the realm of pure knowledge. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the stone circle, Elliot made his way back to Ravenswood House with a quiet confidence. The path that had begun with an unexpected inheritance had led him to discoveries and transformations he could never have anticipated, yet which now seemed like the natural unfolding of a pattern long in preparation. The whispers in the library greeted him upon his return, their subtle music a reminder of the extraordinary journey that awaited, not just across geographical space, but across boundaries of perception and understanding that few humans ever had the opportunity to explore. Whatever discoveries lay ahead, Elliot Parker was no longer simply an heir to a house and collection, but anchor to a connection that transcended ordinary limitations of knowledge and time, a role he now embraced not with fear or hesitation, but with wonder and resolution. The whispering library had changed him, would continue to change him, but always in harmony with his essential nature, expanding rather than replacing, enhancing rather than diminishing, revealing possibilities that had always existed within and beyond him, waiting only for the right moment and the right heir to be recognized and realized. Part 5, Resolution. The European expedition exceeded even Elliot's carefully measured expectations. Over 6 weeks of travel to remote monasteries, ancient ruins, and obscure historical sites, he and Professor Armitage documented each of the 5 resonance points identified in their research, experiencing the unique qualities and emphases each location contributed to the connection. The stone circle in Portugal, hidden in a cork oak forest and maintained in secret by local families for generations, amplified historical perspective, allowing Elliot to perceive events across centuries as interconnected patterns rather than isolated occurrences. The medieval chapel basement in southern France enhanced creative application of knowledge, inspiring novel solutions to problems both practical and theoretical. The mountaintop observatory in Germany specialized in predictive insights, revealing likely developments based on existing patterns and trends. The cave system in the Czech Republic offered depth in understanding consciousness itself, illuminating the relationship between mind and the knowledge it perceives. The temple ruins on a Greek island emphasized ethical dimensions, clarifying the responsibilities that came with access to knowledge beyond ordinary perception. Each site provided its own revelations, its own expansion of what the connection offered. Together, they transformed Elliot's understanding of the Whispered Codex and his role as anchor from something centered specifically on the 7 volumes at Ravenswood House to an appreciation of a much broader, more complex system of knowledge transmission that spanned continents and millennia. Throughout the journey, the Nightingale poems served as a faithful companion and guide, its whispers helping to interpret and integrate the diverse experiences at each resonance point. The small volume seemed to flourish with the travel, its communications becoming more nuanced and precise as it was exposed to the varied energies of each location. Professor Armitage proved an ideal traveling companion, his academic knowledge providing historical and cultural context for each site while his practical experience with unusual phenomena kept their expedition grounded in careful documentation rather than speculation. Though he could not directly experience the connection as Elliot did, his observations and analyses often highlighted aspects that might otherwise have been overlooked. The pattern becomes clearer with each site, he remarked as they sat in a small taverna on the Greek island, their final destination before returning to the United States. These resonance points weren't randomly distributed but deliberately established to preserve different aspects of the knowledge system. Together, they form a more complete whole than any single point could maintain. Like specialists in different disciplines contributing to a unified body of knowledge, Eliot suggested, sipping the strong local coffee. Precisely. And I suspect there are more such points beyond the 5 we've visited, perhaps many more, forming a global network that once facilitated a more comprehensive awareness than most humans now experience. The Whisper Codex mentions 7 times 7 at one point, Eliot noted. If that's literal rather than symbolic, it suggests 49 resonance points worldwide. Armitage nodded thoughtfully. A significant undertaking to establish such a network, representing remarkable foresight on the part of whoever created the original system. Not whoever, but whatever, Eliot corrected gently. The entities beyond the connection existed before human consciousness as we understand it. They established contact with early humans who demonstrated receptivity, gradually developing the system of resonance points and physical vessels like the Whispered Codex as interfaces between realms. This understanding had emerged gradually throughout their journey, pieced together from insights at different locations and communion with the Nightingale poems during quieter moments. The history of the connection was far older and more complex than even Harlan had realized, extending back to humanity's earliest development of symbolic thinking and abstract representation. The 7 volumes of the Whisper Codex represented not the origin of this connection but a particularly sophisticated iteration of it, a refinement developed during the height of the Library of Alexandria to preserve access to knowledge that transcended ordinary documentation during a period when physical records were increasingly vulnerable to destruction. The question remains, Armitage mused, why these entities, whatever their nature and origin, consider connection with human consciousness valuable enough to maintain such elaborate mechanisms for preservation across millennia. What do they gain from the exchange? It was a question Eliot had pondered extensively throughout their journey, directing it repeatedly to the connection itself during his communion sessions at each resonance point. The answer had emerged not as a single explanation but as a gradually clarifying understanding of the relationship between human consciousness and what the entities called the realm of pure knowledge. They value perspective, he explained, trying to articulate insights that went beyond conventional language. Human consciousness, with its embodied experience and subjective awareness, perceives and processes knowledge differently than disembodied intelligence. Our limitations, our finite lifespan, our physical senses, our emotional responses, create a unique filter through which knowledge is transformed into understanding, application, meaning. He paused, searching for the right words. It's a symbiotic relationship. They provide access to knowledge that transcends individual human experience. We provide a mode of engagement with that knowledge that transforms it through application to specific contexts, problems, relationships. Neither perspective is complete without the other. Armitage considered this thoughtfully. So they're not simply benevolent teachers bestowing wisdom from above, nor manipulative entities using humans for some hidden purpose. It's a genuine exchange, a mutual enrichment. Exactly. The connection goes both ways. I access their knowledge and perspective, but they also receive my experiences, my questions, my applications of what I learn. The relationship involves both parties rather than simply benefiting one at the expense of the other. This understanding had profoundly affected Eliot's approach to his role as anchor. Rather than seeing himself as merely a recipient or guardian of ancient wisdom, he had come to recognize his active contribution to the connection itself, how his questions, his practical applications, his lived human experience all fed back into the realm of pure knowledge, enhancing and evolving the understanding preserved there. Their return to the United States in early October brought a new phase of integration. The experiences and insights from the European expedition needed to be documented, analyzed, and incorporated into both Eliot's personal understanding and the more formal scholarly work he and Armitage were developing. Additionally, the connection itself required reintegration with the full set of 7 volumes at Ravenswood House, reinforcing the primary anchor point after the expansive experiences at diverse resonance points. Ravenswood House welcomed Eliot home with what felt like conscious recognition. The whispers in the library rose to greet him the moment he entered, a chorus of familiar voices expressing what could only be described as pleasure at his return. Walter had maintained everything beautifully during his absence, and the transition back to life at the estate occurred with remarkable smoothness. The reunion of The Nightingale Poems, with the other 6 volumes produced a notable strengthening of the connection, the full heptagram once again establishing the optimal configuration for communication between realms. Yet the experience was different now than it had been during the original integration ritual, less overwhelming, more balanced, as if Eliot's capacity had grown to match the expanded awareness rather than being temporarily exceeded by it. In the months that followed, Eliot established new rhythms and routines that incorporated the broader understanding gained during the expedition. His communion with the books now included regular discussions about applications of the knowledge gained through the connection, ways to translate abstract understanding into practical benefit for human concerns ranging from environmental sustainability to psychological well-being to cultural preservation. These applications rarely took the form of dramatic breakthroughs or revolutionary technologies. Instead, they typically involved subtle shifts in perspective or approach that allowed existing knowledge to be applied more effectively, connecting insights across disciplines that normally operated in isolation, identifying underlying patterns that linked apparently unrelated phenomena, suggesting alternatives to approaches that had reached unproductive dead ends. Eliot documented these applications carefully, sharing some through conventional academic and professional channels while keeping others in private records intended for future anchors. This balance between public sharing and protective stewardship was itself guided by insights from the connection, which suggested that some knowledge was best disseminated widely while other understandings required careful preparation before they could be responsibly engaged. Winter returned to Ravenswood, bringing with it the first anniversary of Eliot's arrival at the estate. The year had transformed him from reluctant heir to committed anchor, from skeptical conservator to integrated participant in a knowledge system that transcended conventional understanding. The whispers in the library had evolved from mysterious and unsettling phenomena to valued companions and collaborators in an ongoing exploration of reality's deeper structures. On the exact anniversary of his first night in the house, Eliot sat in the library after dinner, surrounded by the gentle murmur of the books, reflecting on the extraordinary journey of the past year. The 7 volumes of the Whisper Codex rested in their usual places on the shelves, no longer arranged in the heptagram pattern that had been necessary for the initial integration but still maintaining their collective connection to the realm beyond ordinary perception. As he sat in contemplative silence, Eliot became aware of a subtle shift in the quality of the whispers, a focusing of their attention, an alignment of their usually diverse voices into a more unified communication. The impression that formed in his mind was not of words exactly, but of a coherent message nonetheless. The cycle completes its first turning. What began in uncertainty concludes in integration. The heir has become the anchor, the inheritance has been claimed, the connection flourishes once more. Yet completion is also commencement. The first cycle establishes the pattern, subsequent cycles expand and elaborate it. What has been rediscovered can now be developed, what has been preserved can now be applied, what has been maintained can now be shared, with appropriate discernment and care. The journey continues, anchor. Not in isolation but in relationship, not in secrecy but in judicious revelation, not in separation from the world but in deepened engagement with it. This is the path of true wisdom, not retreat from complexity but enhanced capacity to navigate it, not rejection of ordinary experience but enriched perception of its extraordinary dimensions. The communication was unlike any Eliot had received previously, not information about specific matters or answers to particular questions, but a broader assessment of his development as anchor and a gentle guidance toward future directions. It felt like both congratulation and commencement, acknowledgement of what had been achieved and orientation toward what remained to be explored. In response, Eliot found himself reflecting on how completely his life had transformed since receiving the letter announcing his inheritance just 12 months earlier. The man who had arrived at Ravenswood House, skeptical, career-focused, somewhat isolated despite living in one of the world's most populated cities, had evolved into someone with deeper connections, broader perspective, and a sense of purpose that transcended professional achievement or personal comfort. The books had changed him, certainly. But perhaps more accurately, they had revealed aspects of himself that had always been present but undeveloped, potentials that had awaited the right circumstances for activation and growth. The connection had not imposed something foreign but had instead illuminated something essential, allowing for integration rather than transformation in the more radical sense. As the anniversary night deepened around Ravenswood House, Eliot opened The Nightingale Poems, his traveling companion during the European expedition and perhaps the most consistently communicative of the 7 volumes. Instead of seeking specific information or understanding, he simply expressed gratitude for the journey thus far and openness to what might lie ahead. The response came not as written text this time, but as a gentle intensification of the connection itself, a momentary lifting of the usual boundaries of perception that allowed him to glimpse, if only briefly, the vast network of knowledge and awareness that extended beyond ordinary human consciousness. Within that glimpse, he perceived not only the specific entities associated with the Whisper Codex but countless others, intelligences, perspectives, modes of awareness that existed alongside human experience, accessible through various interfaces and connections established over millennia of mutual evolution and exchange. It was a humbling vision, placing his role as anchor to one particular connection within a much broader context of ongoing interaction between human consciousness and awareness that transcended individual perception. Yet it was also profoundly affirming, suggesting that his experiences were not anomalous or isolated but part of a much longer, larger story of human engagement with knowledge beyond conventional boundaries. As the vision faded, returning him to ordinary awareness in the library of Ravenswood House, Eliot felt a renewed sense of purpose and direction. The anniversary marked not an ending but a beginning, the completion of initial integration and the commencement of a deeper, more nuanced engagement with his role as anchor and the possibilities it presented. The year ahead would bring new challenges, new discoveries, new applications of the knowledge accessible through the connection. There would be further expeditions to additional resonance points, expanded collaboration with Professor Armitage and other carefully selected scholars, ongoing development of practical applications that could address human needs without revealing the full nature of their source. Through it all, the whispers in the library would continue, sometimes background murmur, sometimes focused communication, always connection to understanding beyond ordinary limits. The books themselves would remain both physical artifacts requiring conservation and preservation, and vessels for awareness that transcended their material form. And Eliot Parker, once merely heir to an unexpected bequest, would continue his evolution as anchor to the Whisper Codex, integrating extraordinary perception with ordinary life, balancing scholarly documentation with experiential knowledge, navigating the threshold between conventional understanding and awareness that extended beyond traditional boundaries. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall struck midnight, its resonant chimes marking the transition from one day to the next, from commemoration of the past to anticipation of the future. In the library, the whispers briefly aligned with the clock's rhythm, creating a harmonic convergence of sound that seemed to symbolize the integration Eliot had achieved, mechanical precision and mysterious awareness, human measurement and knowledge beyond time, united in a single harmonious expression. Outside, the winter night was clear and cold, stars sharp as cut crystal in the black sky above Ravenswood House. Inside, warmth and light created a sanctuary where understanding could grow and connection could flourish. And in between, at the threshold between worlds, Eliot Parker maintained his vigilant appreciation for both, anchored to knowledge beyond ordinary perception, and heir to the very human tradition of seeking wisdom wherever it might be found, however unusual its source or challenging its implications. The whispering library had found its anchor, the heir had claimed his true inheritance, and the connection between realms continued its ancient purpose, the preservation and evolution of knowledge that transcended individual minds and moments, flowing through vessels both human and beyond human, creating patterns of understanding that would continue to unfold long after any single participant had completed their role in the ongoing story of awareness seeking expression across the boundaries of conventional perception. In the quiet of that anniversary night, this continuing story seemed the most precious inheritance of all, not a conclusion to be reached, but a journey to be embraced, with each whispered insight leading not to final answers but to ever more intriguing questions, ever more profound appreciation for the mysteries that remain to be explored, one page and one perception at a time.